Welcome back, ladies. Why you want Hey, D, welcome back. All right, so I'm ready in a second.
Pick a channel and come on and hang out with us. Pick a channel. Now y'all say, why do I broadcast on more than one channel? Because if you do one channel, you might get 30 views. But you do two channels, you might get 30 something views on each channel at the worst case scenario. You do three, even if you only get 20 on a third one, when you add them up, you're near 100. So that's why we do it. And also, some people, I still got the Bluetooth speaker in my pocket. Doggone it. Wait right until I put the headphones on. Bluetooth speaker. Now, if I don't put it on the bike, I'm going to forget it. The same way I forgot the camera today. Matter of fact, I didn't stop the camera. Did I stop the camera? All right, y'all. We only had a short bike ride today because we ain't got no money. And then I still had to spend money because they said that the box that he sent them in was not good enough for them to ship it. So I had to spend $3 on the box. I was on Amazon today and I was looking to get something for the house. And as I tell you, I should have gotten it when I had the chance. Because like I always tell y'all, if you don't spend it, the devil will spend it for you. But we ain't going to cry about it. Because luckily we had it. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't care what it was shipped in. It ain't going to me. What do I care? That person was supposed to send us that bike, but they decided to keep it. And now they need a controller. After all this time, now they need a controller. So apparently the bike was working. So why do I care? He could have sent the bike here and we could be riding around on it. All this time. Why do I care about him? He didn't care about us. But at the same token, let him go mess with Jan. A Jan that he paid for. We get to ride Marshall. We ain't pay nothing. He can come get this one if you want, Lars. Send me a label. I'll ship it to you. Them people still here. I've only been here since February of 2017. These people have been here more yeah, than the old landlords have been in 4 years. They changed everybody's locks. They changed the front outer door, the front inner door, and the rear outer door. They changed all 3 of them. And then they changed everybody's locks individually. For those that are asking, we're eating an apple. Y'all heard the man say that this is the best building of the bunch. And he said this floor has the cleanest apartments out of all of them. I'm telling y'all, yesterday I mopped this floor with bleaching tide. I would go lay down and roll around in my floor as I clean it. Now, these apartments are not huge. They junior apartments. Well, it's a lot better than what I had before. And I proudly walked y'all through the apartment. And it feels good. While we've been sitting here, fellow YouTuber Victor Moon has came across my notifications twice. I made the comment that one day I was going to be in a place where I could just walk around and not have to be ashamed. And we've done it. The next mission is to get an apartment on the first floor. That's the next mission. Get an apartment on the first floor. That's the next mission. We're working on it. We also got another mission. Get down to 260 pounds. Eat better. I'm feeling bad right now. I got 2 sets of outfits that are in the closet on the shelf, waiting to be washed. But in order for them to see that the bathtub needs to be reglazed, I had to take the washing machine out. It's supposed to be for one day. I only take it out when I go shower. I wanted them to see the tub and how the last landlord kept spraying that rubber, whatever, down there instead of sending somebody to glaze it. I also made sure to tell them that when I moved in here, the last landlord and his people did nothing. I cleaned this apartment. I'm not a professional cleaner. I cleaned it to the best of my ability. You can't put this on me. I took this place. You believe the old landlord had the nerve to come in here and take pictures. I sent him 20. Because when it's time to move downstairs, you ain't going to try and put this on me. You know you should have came in here and redid this paneling. You know you should have came in here and redid the ceilings. You know you should have painted the walls. You didn't do nothing. Okay. But as y'all see, as we bore ahead, we're getting snatched back. If we can get Well, I got one left. I'm trying to save it. I got one left. Mm-hmm. Yes, Nia, I agreed to accept it. And when I saw I had him on the ropes, I got him to come down. I got him to come down from 750 to 670. I think I did good. I got him to come down from the people at the upstairs where I was. The girl was paying 700. When we left, I had got him down to 625. So, hey, what's going on, Leonard? What's going on? The hitting Masosiachi, whatever that is. So that's why I said by befriending him, hanging around and doing what he asked, I was able to get discounts. I was only paying 600 when we were downstairs when I first started on YouTube. We were downstairs from February. I didn't do the YouTube till September of 17, but I was living there from February. And it was the same thing. The man was like, I can send somebody to come in and do the walls and paint and everything. It's going to be $675. I said, you lost your mind. This apartment ain't even worth $500. And we kept going back and forth. And finally, we decided on $600. I had a car at the time, and I wasn't even home. So like I said, we've been doing that negotiating the whole way. Y'all know that I supposed to have been in apartment 9, supposed to have been in apartment 10, the little apartment right here. And I think 9, 10, 11, I was supposed to have gotten. I'm glad I didn't. God knew what he was doing. Because I'd rather be, wait a minute. Hold on, so something wrong. Why is that alarm going off? Is it in my pocket somewhere? Why is the alarm going off? The alarm going off by itself. Did y'all hear that? Something ain't right. The alarm going off by itself. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. Why the alarm going off by itself? Hey, come on, stop that. I got neighbors. What are you doing? Oh, it's not there. Where is it? Where is it? Something's wrong. Wait a minute. It's not on the bike. Did somebody find that alarm there? That's what that is. The bike going off. Seriously. It's the bike. The bike going off. I thought I was crazy. Yeah, because I was bringing up the steps and this fell off. And I usually have it on the thing and then put this on top to hold it down. So I didn't know it fell off. Thank you, sir. You won't believe how many times I leave this alarm in the month. I've been on Lockways Boulevard, Charles Street, 25th, walking around looking for this thing. This alarm always find a way to get lost, to make sure it's off. All right. I thought I was crazy. I thought we had a ghost up here. Alarm going off by itself. All right, y'all, let's get back to the show. Sorry about that. Oh, shucks. We always got to lose something when we do a mobile live. I don't know what it is. We always got to lose something. It's like somebody not happy unless we lose something. This is just like somebody not happy. Y'all notice that we spend more time sitting still. Hey, how you doing, John Lee? Y'all gotta remember we on 3 different channels. And I need to get another phone. Wait a minute. I need to make sure. Okay, this phone. Trying to keep these. I got 3 phones here, and I'm trying to make sure that I got them all straight because we're on 3 different channels. I got to be able to see the chats in all 3. The StreamYards will show me the chats, all of them. But if we're looking at something, we're not looking at the StreamYard screen. I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at what you're looking at. So I need 3 phones, 1 on each channel, so that I can see the comments by all 3 channels. So on one of the channels, the Hidden Messiah and Chung Lee is having a conversation. But I don't know what channel y'all on. Let me find out. Just back out. All right, the Minister channel. All right. Somebody said they wish me well. I don't know about the well part, because I don't know about the well part. Because I can tell you it's gonna be a trip. Come next month. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody don't pull a gun or knife out on me before Christmas. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be ready, but I wouldn't be surprised. When people start getting ready for the holidays and they don't have that food money, what they gonna do? They're gonna be looking to steal. They're gonna be out trying to strong arm rob people. They're gonna be shoplifting out the stores, which means all the prices at the stores are gonna go up because people are gonna be shoplifting. They're gonna have to hire more security. The stores offset the losses by raising the prices. That's putting even more pressure on people whose food stipends are getting cut. Like I said, some people are getting cut down to $20. What can you buy with $20 that's going to last the whole month? I remember my ex-lady friend said, wow, how you get so much? I'm looking at her like, what do you mean? Well, she goes, I only get $25. I said, they give you something? She said, yeah. I said, don't you got Section 8? Doesn't Section 8 pay 99% of your rent? How you get anything? She said, yeah. They're trying to cut me down to 20. We had this conversation like 3 years ago. It was more than that. This was back in 2000. Wait a minute. This was back in 2016. It was late 15 or early 2016. You know, when you get Section 8, you only pay like $50 to $75 a month for your rent. The state pay the rest of it. Trump should be going after them people. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I tried to get on it, but Trump closed it out, the son of a gun. 2 days before I went and applied, he closed it out. And we've been sitting here on the housing list. We might have to do another 3 or 4 more years. But y'all keep forgetting. When I went down there, I didn't ask for any help with food. I asked them to give me a rent voucher or put me in housing somewhere. There are places where you have a fixed income, they'll work with you. When you don't have any kids, they don't give a darn. You got kids? Come on. We'll find something for you. You ain't got no kids? Well, yeah, you all right. And that's how they do you. But I asked them for a voucher, a rent voucher that I could give the landlord. Say your rent was $700. If they gave you a voucher for $250, then you give your landlord $550 and give him the voucher, or $650. No, $450. Is it? Well, do the math. But that's what you would do. That's what I asked for. I didn't ask for a food stipend. And now that wait a minute, we got a notification. Thank you for the donation there. We can go to the market tomorrow. But I can't believe he cut people. People are only going to get $20. $20. What are you going to do with $20? For the whole month? Not for a week, not for a couple of days, the whole month. And the problem is that there are people who don't need it, that have it. And see, the people see that and they moan and groan, but they forget about the people that really do need it. If y'all look in your state, there is a lot of stimulus money that the states are giving to people. A lot. But the majority of that money is earned income tax credit. In order to file earned income tax credit, you got to have kids. People with children is getting that money. Every child under the age of 6 is getting $350 a month. Over the age of 6, $300 for each child. If somebody laid around and had 5 bastard babies, man, they cleaning up. That's $1,500 a month. $1,500. You cleaning up. But if you're not working, if you don't earn enough to file taxes, you're not filing taxes. There are people who can't even get that, even though they qualify because they got the kids. They can't get it. So I said, well, maybe let me see what happened if they. So you said, why am I calling children foul names? I'm not calling the children foul names. But it seems like you rewarding people for having children out of wedlock with people they know ain't going to help them with them. It seems like a reward. And that's what's really fueling this. It's fueling it. Because people see, hey, I'm going to work every day and they laying around, but they getting all this money and I ain't getting it. And that's what's leading that. That's what's leading it. When you ask the general person who don't live in the inner city, they go, oh, I'm lazy welfare. Not knowing they could lose their job the next day and be what? Right there. They could get injured or get hurt and be right there. But they don't think of that. Because most people only think about the present. When I was working, sometimes I would go to the market and I would be behind a woman and see that cart overloaded. I didn't pay no mind because it ain't my money. Even though it was my tax money. It wasn't, But I would see other people looking like, if you don't need it, you're blessed. Why are you worried about somebody that need it? Nia says they're attempting to keep children fed, clothed, with a roof over their head. But if the parents are junkies, if the parents are alcoholics, their money ain't going to the kids. You're going to give cash to people that are irresponsible. Now, like you said, some people are married and do need it. But a lot of the people just trifling. Keep it real. And you overlook it. And that's what you have to do. You have to overlook it. Because just like Nia said, the children didn't ask to be here. Even though the parents are trifling, the children didn't ask to be born. And so you have to look out for the children. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how you do it, if they want to turn the stipend into money, they'll go out there and sell them dollar for dollar. $5 to get you $10, $20 to get you $40, $50 to get you $100. But now they're giving them cash. They're gonna be right there with the dope man. Hey, stimulus check came today. It's stimulus check day month. They'll be right there getting high. You hope they spend some of the money on the kids. That's what you hope. Nia said, that's not your problem to be concerned about. Well, that's actually my point, Nia. If you're listening. See, the thinking is, as long as they ain't knocking at my door, as long as they ain't breaking in my house, as long as they ain't trying to carjack my car, what you think gonna happen now? Well, I am looking, Nia. Would anybody like to help me look? I am looking. I'm trying to see, are there anything that would help? Anything. It's going to be a struggle, but we'll make do as we always have. But now I got to look over my shoulder a little bit more. Because now people are going to be desperate. If they were desperate before, at least they had something to eat. Now they're not going to have nothing to eat and they're desperate. It's going to be trying times. Trying times are coming. And the Democrats don't seem to be doing nothing about it. That's the part I don't get. Why ain't the Democrats doing anything? They're not doing anything. Rather than give us the stimulus, Trump lost the presidency. But it's all good. We'll find a way. We always do. We'll adjust and we'll make the changes. We'll adjust and we'll make the changes. But that's disheartening though. And we not gonna know until the 10th. Because I went to the website, all of a sudden the website ain't showing nothing. Let me go take a look real quick. All of a sudden the website not showing nothing. Let me open another window here. I was supposed to call them today. I forgot. Doggone it. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Let me come back. Okay, that's my fault. I tried to use Bravo. Wait a minute, it's on Chrome. Let me try it again. All right. Now I find that strange that last time it worked on Bravo, but now it's not. I ain't gonna say nothing though, I ain't gonna say nothing. All right. I wish I knew what the password was. Hold on one sec, y'all. Any messages? Cases? Now, if y'all look, now this site was down yesterday. Y'all see this on y'all screen? This letter says $10. I mean, it says $20. But on the website, it still says. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So what we might have to start doing is just well, we went down there and I took them the every BG&E bill since January. And I also took them everything I paid for prescriptions over the past 2 years. I turned that in. And so we need to find out, did it raise it? Because none of those were listed. All it showed was the rent and what I get from SSDI. That's all that was on there. It didn't show anything. It didn't show nothing for phone. It didn't show anything. So I actually wrote them a list of what I pay and stuck that in the envelope too. Gave them an actual list because it looked like that stuff wasn't calculated. So like I said, I had forgot to call them today. But I got what I wanted to get done. I got the e-bike seller asked me to get to send that controller. And I'm telling y'all, I don't forget a name, especially one, Lars Huffman. I mean, I might need to go check Liz Hangout to see if I might have stuck that over there. Because when we changed phones, and we had switched, we had the SIM cards in one, then took them out another. The WhatsApp accounts, they got deleted. And they started over. And I was keeping all of the UPS. And wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me look here. Hold on a sec. Don't do it there, dummy. Do it here. That way it don't miss a show up. Wait a minute. I don't forget a name. Hold on a second. Okay, view details. Okay. Back out. Let me see. It doesn't say the names. Let's see. Let's try one of these FedEx ones. I'm still looking, y'all. Give me a second. So what's this? All right, y'all. I was able to the tracking doesn't say the name. The tracking doesn't say the name. But I had all the track. It was one that didn't come, and I believe that that's the person that I just sent a controller to. But we were supposed to have gotten that bike months ago, and it probably would have worked, and we could have been doing videos on it, and probably could have sold some. But instead, we got the one that came DOA. And we have to go for them hard stress testers Monday and Tuesday. Now, I could spend Saturday and Sunday breaking this bike down. I could spend Saturday and Sunday breaking this bike down. But the pay-per-view coming on Sunday, you know, it just tiresome to do. But all I gotta do is take the wheels off, take the handlebars off, and take the seat out. And I gotta take off the pedals. That's gonna be the hard part. But I got a pair of pliers. We gotta get the pedals off. If I can get it in the box without taking the pedals off, that'd be even greater. But eventually, the pedals are gonna push through the box. So I guess it's better to just go ahead, you know, and just take them off. If I break down a foldable, I might be able to get her to go in Marsha's box. If I take off the pedals, I think I can get it to go. Oh, the pedals fold in. Oh, okay. I think I can get the pedals to come off. So I might just go ahead and spend this weekend boxing up these two e-bikes and letting them come get them. They keep giving me the impression they don't want them back. I don't want them either. They were 750 watt motors. I might be motivated to do something, but they're not. They're not. They were 550 watt motors. I might be motivated to do something, but I'm not. One left me stranded in the woods, and another one was here DOA. I can't get motivated to get, but I'll break them down. I will break them down. It's the same. It's the same for each one. I might actually. The handlebars fold down. I might actually be able to just slide. I might be able to slide. I like to see how long the box is. I might be able to the foldable might be easier than you think. Now, if I use my box, all I gotta do is just sit it inside and seal it up. But suppose something happened to my bike. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can get the foldable here to go into Marsh's old box. Because the pedals already go inside. So I don't have to take them off. They already, they fold up. So if I can get it to go in the box, I might can just go ahead and slide that in and then tell them, send FedEx to come pick them up. I'll drag them downstairs and we'll sit up there and wait for them to come. And then we ain't got to worry about it. And then they'll have their bikes back. They can leave me alone. Even though they're not worrying me about them. The only time they bring it up is when I mention something about the PS6. Because they know that's the bike I want. When I mention that, then they go, "Oh, well, what about the?" If I don't mention that, they don't mention the bikes. When I mention the PS6, that's when they mention the bikes. If I don't mention the PS6, the bikes don't even think about them. It's an excuse not to send one. We get ready to take that excuse away. I already told them I don't trust them. I don't. I asked you for a PS6 and you sent me Marshall. But you only seen the one Marshall back. Then what I tell you about the time and labor I put into her, now all of a sudden you don't want Marshall back now. No, you're going to take these two bikes back. But as long as I'm promoting and riding every day, you getting your money's worth. Do y'all realize that they don't have any PX5s or PS6s? I think that's the two best bikes they got. They ain't got neither one. How you that trifling? They don't have either bike in stock. Those are your two best bikes. And you don't have them in stock. Y'all know how trifling that is? And to make it worse, I don't know if y'all can see that on y'all screen. I didn't. Wait a minute. I didn't bring it in. Hold on. I got to bring you in. Y'all looking at my ugly mug. Stop screen sharing. Share the screen. We need to go ahead and enjoy it. Because StreamYards. StreamYards is gone at the end of the month. It's $25 a month. And I can't afford to pay it. So I hope y'all enjoy it. We had to go back to the OBS. It's not a big deal. Can y'all see this list on y'all screen? There's the GS9, there's the PS6, there's the Plus, there's the G9, and there's this PC100. Why do they keep pushing this bike nobody want? They keep pushing this bike nobody want. I don't understand it. Why do they keep pushing this bike that nobody don't want? Now, they had a PC 200 that had a 750 watt motor on it. But they not pushing that bike. They hanging on to this one. Why? This bike got a 10.4-hour battery on it. It got a 350 watt motor. Only a kid want a 350 watt motor. Look how big this bike is. And they got that teeny motor on it. I don't understand it. Their bike look just like the G9. Look like the first version of it. The Cindy Brady. This got a 13 amp hour battery. And they got a 500 watt motor. Why would somebody want to get this thing? Why would somebody want to get this? And how much they asking for it? They're asking the same price. They're asking the same price for Cindy. So both of these are at the same price. I don't have a coupon code for this, but I wouldn't tell nobody to buy it. Get Cindy. Same price. Get a bigger battery and a battery that nobody can't see to steal. $350 watt motor. But see, overseas, the people ain't got no butt. They ain't got no behind over there. The majority of them are under 120 pounds. That 350 watt motor will fly them around. But we not in China. We not in the Philippines. We in the United States. Some people are fat. Some people are lazy. You get this bike, you're going to have to pedal. Y'all remember the little bike that we had before we started dealing with this company? That bike was 250 watts. Think of how small that bike is. Think of how small it is. I want y'all to think about how small that bike is. It's only 100 watts between this bike and that little bike. 100 watts. 250 watt, 350 watt. This motor got to pull a bigger bike. It got to pull bigger wheels. The little bike might have more torque than this bike. The little bike at 250 watt, but only got a 12-inch rear wheel. That 250 watt motor has less to turn, almost half. I think that's a 28-inch wheel. 14 and 14 is 28. So it's got double the size of the wheel to turn. I think that might negate that 100 watts. Having to push that bike around. Them big wheels on it. I don't know, in a race. Nia says somebody will want that for a kid. It's too big. Unless your kid a giant. You said discouraging sales. I don't have a coupon for this. I'm telling you the truth. For the same money, get Cindy. For the same money, get Cindy. It's the same money. And Cindy got a 500 watt motor that can peak at almost 800. Both of them $9.99. This got a 13 amp hour battery. Let's look at the specs. Smaller motor, smaller battery. Seven speed, same. It's got a better display. It got a 330-pound load capacity. So let's take a look at Cindy. Check our stats out. Description: 27.5-inch wheels, 13 amp hour battery, 500 watt motor. See, Cindy display is not color. Now that's where it got it at. The load capacity for Cindy is 220 pounds. So how much is Jan? Description. The max load for Jan is 220 pounds. Are you serious? Well, how much is the max for Marsha? All right, 300-pound load capacity. All right, says it again. Nia says kids go up to age 18. Well, if you're skinny, now LaSalle told me the weight limit on the plus was 280. At the time, I was 283. And I told him so. And he said, well, it can handle up to 300. Nia says I'm supposed to be encouraging sales. She's right. But I'm not gonna lie to you. To make you a sale. Because then you won't come back here. And be fussing me out. So if you over 240 pounds, I cannot recommend. If you're over 240 pounds, I can't recommend Cindy or Jan for you. And that's being honest. As beautiful as they are, let me ask you this, Neil. If you only had $1,000 and you wanted an e-bike, would you rather get the one that got the smaller motor but has a higher weight limit? Which one would you buy? Both of them got motors, one just 350 watt and one 500 watt. But the 500 watt bike got a 220 pound weight limit. The one that got a 350 watt motor has a 300 pound weight limit. Yes, the one without a motor. I'm just trying to understand. Make it make sense, Neil. The one with the bigger motor it's only got a 220 pound weight limit. You would need the 500 motor to carry the extra 60 pounds. But that money, don't you need that extra power to carry the extra 60 pounds? I'm sorry, 80 pounds. 220 versus 300. Meaning that me, as a fat person that weighs 280 pounds, we fluctuate between 274 and 280. We just came back from a bike ride. I don't know what I am right now. But I couldn't get Cindy. Even though Cindy got the more powerful motor. Her weight limit is 220 pounds. That's not counting the cameras and the locks and everything else that we carry around to do our mobile lives. So you trying to tell me that I would be better off. Hey, what are you doing? You're telling me what are you doing, man? See, I didn't actually do that. You doing what you want to do. Here it is. I'm hearing myself, but on what? I got 3 phones sitting here. It's this one. All right, do you hear now? Mm-hmm. Thanks, thanks again to the person that made a donation. We can go to the market tomorrow. Really appreciate it. So if I was buying the e-bike and I only had $899 and I wanted to buy it from Pasolat, I would have to buy this because of the weight limit. It does have a nice display. Does it come in any lights in the back? Let's take a look real quick. I want to see how it runs. Then we go to YouTube while we here. Look at this, y'all. There's two people got it for sale. Somebody got it on eBay. Somebody got it on Ego Electric, but you don't see nothing from Pasolat. They don't advertise. All right, y'all. This is that Filipinian dude. I think he's Philippines. We've seen him before. Oh, we got the music. Let's mute the music. Oh, 350 watt motor. Mechanical disc brakes. Well, so does Cindy. Seven-speed shifter, just like Cindy. Front fork suspension. They got 26-inch rims, not 28. That 8 milligram is too much. It's making me hiccup. Wait a minute, he on the ride. He got music.
What's up guys, this is Jonas of Viahe Manila at ngayong araw ay bibiyahe tayo from Bulacan to Viahe Manila para itest ang ating PC100. Tara guys, samahan niyo ako. So here's the Paselec PC100. Yan, bike check. Mechanical disc brake. The 48 volts Samsung lithium battery. Yan, front fork suspension. And aluminum alloy frame po yan. And we have the full display LCD. Guys, so meron po tayong 72% ng battery at nern ko po yung level ng ating cruise control to level 5. Maximum po para matest po natin kung gaano kalakas kumonsumo ng baterya ang ating PC100 at para makita na rin po natin kung gaano kabilis ang ating bibiyahihin with the help of the cruise control pedal assist. So let's go guys.
I need y'all to understand something. This guy has only hit 20 miles per hour 3 times since we've been watching this. 3 times. They use kilometers. 32 kilometers is 20 miles per hour. 48 kilometers is 28 miles per hour. We haven't seen that thing say 40 anything. Right now, he's at about 19 miles per hour. See, it says 30 kilometers. 32 is 20. All right, he on the road now. Let's see what he can do. He at 20. Maybe 22. Yeah. Well, he hollering at him. Now, see, he crazy. I ain't doing all that. All somebody got to do is open the door up. You on the ground. Huh. The highest that he did was 35 kilometers. 35 kilometers in miles per hour. How much is that? So 35 kilometers is 21.7. 36 is 22.4. 37 is 23, and 38 is 23.6. Oh. Nia says she purchased the one within her weight range. Oh, this is Baltimore. Over there near me. They need to fix their YouTube channel. Somebody's house on fire. See if I can tell where it is. Yep. Somebody always having a worse day than you are. If it's not an apartment, that's two different houses stuck together, but it could be an apartment. So you could have anywhere from 2 to 4 families that ain't got no house right now. Uh-oh. Breaking news.
Man and his son were arrested in East LA today in connection with 3 homicides dating back to 2014. 51-year-old Manuel Velasquez and his 31-year-old son Anthony were taken into custody about 4:30 this morning at a home on Humphreys Avenue near 3rd Street. Anthony is expected to be booked on suspicion of murder, and his father, Manuel, is expected to be booked on suspicion of being an accessory to murder. Earlier this year, an $80,000 reward was offered for help in solving the shooting deaths of Jesse Avalos in 2014, Eduardo Robles in 2015, and Amanda Nikki Lopez in 2018. Detectives said they believed the 3 crimes were connected and the suspects targeted the victims.
I'm sorry, but they're gang members. They both got Los Angeles on their back. Is that a gang in Los Angeles? Father and son got the same tattoo on their back. All right, Kevin King.
Rolling my eyes to the sides.
What? Nia said 9 people shot in a Kroger store. All right, well, he ain't doing nothing. We checked you out, Kev. Kroger store. Wait a minute. They released video. I gotta see it. So what we looking at here? Low profile tires. That's a beautiful car. Oh, yeah. Homeboy got his fries. And he ain't dropping them neither. Look at him. He ain't dropping the fries. Look at him. He ain't dropping the fries. Now, I don't keep my fries. I might get shot, but I'm keeping my fries. Look at him. I'm keep. Oh, there you go. He finally lost it. No, he has like the pizza. That dude said, I ain't losing my pizza. He said, I ain't losing my pizza. I don't care if I get shot or not, but I got done it. I ain't losing my pizza. We still looking there. Here we go. See, you just got to be patient.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news about a shooting at a Memphis area grocery store. It happened at a Kroger in Collierville, Tennessee. Here's what we know right now. According to police, 13 people were shot. One person has been killed. The shooter is also dead. Police say it appears to be self-inflicted. Just moments ago, authorities briefed the press with this update.
At this time, the shooter is deceased. We believe that's going to be from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We have 13 victims. Our hearts go out to those that were injured. We do have one fatality, and our thoughts and prayers are with those family members.
The chief of police in Collierville. Joining us now is former ATF special agent and NBC News analyst Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, we heard the chief also say that there was a separate crime scene or a separate area of interest, the car that the suspect may have driven himself there. What could they be looking for?
They're going to have to sweep it for bombs, Lester. It's routine when you get a mass shooter like this. They're going to have to make sure there's no explosive devices or booby traps in the car. They're also going to have to do the same as at his residence. But they're saying they believe he acted alone.
All right. I want to bring in now NBC News law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander. You've been watching along with us the press conference moments ago. Any early read, anything we should be observing or thinking about as we watch this play out?
Well, I think what's going to be interesting here, Lest, as this continues to unfold, is certainly everybody's going to be looking for a motive. But here again, I think there's a lot of preliminary.
Neil said he held tight to it. Yeah, he wouldn't let that pizza go. He had a pizza and fries. You want to let that go?
Himself, who was deceased on the scene. But unfortunately, that's a large tragedy anytime you have anyone killed and that number of people who have been severely injured in this shooting. But it certainly is going to be important to find out what precipitated all this. What was the motivation behind this? And clearly, for all of us who may be watching, we've seen these images so many times before.
Well, presumably they'll have whatever statements he made to go on. I would think social media will be a prime place for authorities to begin searching right away.
It certainly will. And any witness statements and any family and friends that may come forth to help in this investigation is going to be hugely important. But it appears right now from just what we just heard from the chief, this is still very somewhat early in this investigation. But those are going to be some of the primary factors that's going to have to be explored as they go forward.
Let me bring back Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, we have covered a lot of these regrettably together. Do we tend to assume that these are people that had a personal issue with any of the victims or not?
Yep. Well, it's hard to say right now, Lester, because everybody is so stressed in the country. You know, I was the agent in charge in Tennessee, and I had Memphis and Collierville, the suburbs there. Everybody's so stressed down there. The hospitals are overrun with COVID. Now you have 13 gunshot victims. You know, who knows what's driving people at the moment? It could be personal. It could be, you know, some other motive we don't see. We can't make that judgment just yet. Once they get into his electronic devices, his phone, computer, once they get to his residence, get his identity, look back at his internet feeds, like the chief was saying, once they get into all that evidence, the motive will emerge. And he could also have left a message because we know he committed suicide, what the Collierville chief told us. So he could have left a note or a message, told his purpose. Some do, some don't. It's about half and half. So we could still learn why he did it, even though it may be a twisted, of course, reason why he did it.
Yeah. Jim Kavanaugh, thank you. Let me bring in our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, watching along with us. What have you learned, Pete?
He talking, ain't no volume.
Unfortunately, Pete, I thought it was only me, but we're not able to hear you for of technical reasons. But let me just quickly wrap up what we know. This is Colliersville, Tennessee, near Memphis. A gunman apparently in a Kroger opening fire on a number of people, 13 victims, one fatality, and the shooter, according to police, took his own life. For a second fatality there. They're still getting a handle on the number of injured as some of the victims were transported Others have presented at local hospitals, but those are the numbers we know for right now. We'll continue to monitor the information coming out of the area, and as events warrant, we'll come back on the air. For now, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News. Good night. Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
That's a week ago. All right, Charles, it's not a lot of information because the guy killed himself. So they don't have to I don't know if we're gonna get flagged or not. Who cares? We got plenty of channels. Breaking news, y'all. Breaking news. Police going after the parents. Hey, wait a minute. See if I can speed this up some.
To stop the search right now for Brian Laundrie. The search revs onward here at the Carlton Reserve. Plus, some new news to share with you at the Laundrie home with Brian Laundrie's parents last seen leaving their house with a police escort a short time ago. Hey there, folks. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We continue, of course, our ongoing coverage here with the latest on Gabby Petito and, of course, the search for Brian Laundrie here. We are, of course, in team coverage here for you on WFLA Now. And, of course, we have 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Buteau joining us there in the top right-hand portion of your screen. Really great to have Walt back on our stream here, our live stream. And, of course, in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, 8 on your sides, Allison Henning, of course, our Sarasota County expert who's there live for us at Carlton Reserve to provide us with the very latest on what's going on the search, beginning to expand here a bit at the Carlton Reserve. We want to let you know here, folks, we got a lot of questions that we're going to be queuing up here out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter, and Instagram as well. Instagram comments, too, that we're going to be bringing in here using the hashtags that you see here on your screen. As we do here on WFLA Now, you can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt, or hashtag Hey Allison for, of course, Allison Henning, who we bring in here live. Allison, what's the latest on the ground there as the search now continues to grow for Brian Laundrie?
Hey, JB. So today is day 5 of ground searches happening out here at the Carlton Reserve. You might remember over the weekend, search crews started over on the Northport side of this massive preserve, 25,000 acres. Monday, they took a break, just did an aerial search, resumed the ground search Tuesday, Wednesday, and now again, first thing Thursday morning. It appears the resources have been increasing out here. The new element yesterday, seeing dive teams coming out to the reserve for the first time from the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. And those dive teams are specifically trained, we're told, by the Sheriff's Office to search for evidence in bodies of water. So as of last night, Northport Police telling us that nothing has been found, but like you mentioned, nothing's stopping them, and they're back out here today.
Allison, have you know, it's been day 5. Have they expressed, I know officers may not express emotions necessarily, but have they talked about their frustration, or are they sort of couching that in a way that there's still a lot of determination? I mean, they've been out there in the heat 5 days now, and we don't know what they've found, but what have they told you about that part of the emotional part and the mental part for them, the officers themselves?
Well, we did hear from the commander with the Northport Police Department, who is leading this local search under the FBI's criminal investigation that's ongoing, of course. And he said that, you know, they're hungry. The search crews that are out here, they are hungry to find Brian Laundrie. They're, you know, eager, I think, to get out here and to help move this case forward, hopefully, and hopefully bring it to a close. Obviously, like we've been talking about over the last couple of days, the heat, the humidity, the rough terrain, 75% of the 25,000 acres out here being underwater. So it's definitely challenging, but he did say they are hungry to move forward and to hopefully bring this thing to a close.
Allison, we're going to be hearing from Eagle 8 HD's Paul Lamison, who, again, the video that you're looking at here, everybody in the center of your screen, this is video from the morning flight that we brought you on WFLA.com and the WFLA app here. Paul just actually got back to the station. He and I were just having a chat here before we went on stream here, and Paul told me that they are starting to change the pattern here as far as now starting to cover more ground, working their way around other areas of Carlton Reserve and then working their way back inward. Allison, it's really difficult where Allison is, folks, to see anything as far as changes in the search patterns, changes in the search efforts here, but perhaps put into perspective here, Allison, for everybody joining us, what kind of vehicles you are seeing there on the ground and what is currently on the table as far as resources here for the search efforts at Carlton Reserve.
So, JB, it's a lot. We're seeing ATVs, UTVs. We're seeing those swamp buggies out here. A lot of, obviously, different all-terrain vehicles to navigate through the rough conditions out here. I did want to point this out, and I was looking through my phone to find this exact message so I could be exact. Yesterday we were talking about, is this a grid search happening out here? What kind of, how coordinated is the search that's happening out here? Obviously, we're seeing these search crews from across the region meeting every morning before they kind of go out and disperse throughout the area. I did ask Northport PD that question yesterday, and he told me, this is Josh Taylor, the public information officer for Northport PD. He told me that they are searching marked areas right now. He did not go into any further detail as to exactly what that means and how they perhaps marked these areas, but I know that commander we heard from yesterday, he said that they're trying to cover every acre, so it sounds like marked areas, but also trying to cover this really, really vast area out here, hopefully covering as much ground as possible in the difficult conditions.
Allison, I think when you're off the clock, you're like me as far as reading through some of the social media comments, the social media activity. And police, of course, haven't shared all the information that leads them to, of course, put all the resources here on the ground at Carlton Reserve and to focus so much of their search efforts clearly here at this area near Venice. Allison, there's a lot of skepticism, I think to say is a fair word, a lot of skepticism that Brian isn't here. Is there any sense in any of the conversations that you have had on the ground as to Brian, that officers are searching an area where Brian might not actually be? There, of course, have been endless theories on the internet. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but there's a sizable amount of people that just that don't seem to believe, no matter what they're told here, don't seem to believe that Brian Laundrie is at Carlton Reserve. Can you speak to that in any way for our viewers?
Well, JB, it's not something that law enforcement, that Northport Police has indicated to us whenever, they are talking about the search out here at Carlton Reserve. They keep telling us that they are looking for Brian Laundrie. They have never indicated that, perhaps they're looking for evidence rather than a person. But yeah, as far as, word goes from the people who are leading this search, they keep telling us that they are looking for Brian. But, there are, of course, people who are talking about, when they talk about those dive teams coming out and everything, is it evidence that they're looking for that could help lead them to Brian? That I really can't answer. But from what we're told from the people out here who are leading it is that they are looking for him out here.
Allison, before we let you go, what are you going to be monitoring here in the hours ahead? Of course, you'll be stationed here at Carlton Reserve where the search efforts are ongoing here. You can follow Allison Henning, of course, at, of course, her social media accounts here, Allison. But what are you going to be monitoring here in the hours ahead as this search now enters, I believe, day 5, specifically here at the Carlton Reserve here? It's a grueling search. It's demanding. Just maybe we'll leave you with this, Allison. How hot is it out there? What are the conditions like? Is it worse today than yesterday, or have conditions improved? Just, you're out there. Just tell us what it's like.
Honestly, I would say it's not as humid today. I mean, it's definitely still really hot out here. And I don't know if my opinion right now is skewed because I have an umbrella over my head protecting me from the sun because it's really hot out here as soon as you step outside from the shade. But no, I would say it's not as humid. That was the first thing I noticed yesterday and the past couple of days. As soon as I get out of my car, I pretty much start dripping. The air feels a little bit drier out here today, which, humidity obviously plays a huge role in how I think exhausted people can get dry air versus really wet air because it's kind of oppressive. So it does feel better out here. But in terms of what we're going to be monitoring, really, because this is as close as we can get, this is kind of like the entrance where we are seeing law enforcement come in. So what other resources are they bringing in today? Is there going to be anything new that we notice? We have seen those swamp buggies come in. We have seen those ATVs come in. It looks like they are bringing some of that equipment out every night, but not all of it, because they do have that command center not far from where we're at. We just can't see it ourselves. So really, in terms of what we can monitor from where we are stationed right now is really what's coming in and out. So I think everyone out here is really like keeping their eyes peeled, watching what is going either down Border Road or what is going down this other road where it leads to the command center. So we'll just be keeping a close eye. And of course, any fast movement that we might see, that's something I know we saw, I think on Tuesday when we got out here, anytime someone's moving.
What if Brian, and I'm not being funny, but what if Brian is watching TV in another state, looking at them laughing? Why are they so? What evidence do they have he's there? I mean, I hope they do find him. But what evidence do they have that he's there?
And some more breaking news this afternoon, a tragic end to the search for a missing graduate student at Illinois State University. The LaSalle County coroner has now confirmed that a body pulled from the Illinois River earlier this month is Jelani Day. The 25-year-old from Danville was last seen on August 24th. His car was discovered in Peru, Illinois on the 26th. The cause of his death is not yet known. The investigation is continuing. We'll have the latest as it becomes available.
You're right, Neil. They should have kept tabs on him. But see, because he was a young white man, they figured that they didn't need to. And now they feel stupid and they running around trying to find him. Because they do look stupid. They do look stupid. How long is this? I really don't care, but I'll play it.
Two big agencies are teaming up to tackle a growing problem in the Southland: deaths from street racing. AAA and the CHP want to get the message out that this has to stop now. KCAL9's Tina Patel talked to two women who lost loved ones to street racing.
Lori Argumento is the one who tracked down these security videos that show two street racers driving through a residential neighborhood in Willowbrook at more than 80 miles an hour, running through a stop sign and slamming into Argumento's niece, Bethany. The 23-year-old did not survive.
It's like your heart breaks. A piece of you dies with them. And I didn't know how to recover from that.
That crash was in 2019. Street racing and street takeovers have become an even bigger problem since then. The Highway Patrol says they responded to more than 25,000 calls involving illegal street racing in 2020 when roads opened up statewide because of the pandemic. Lily Trujillo Puquette is disappointed by the increase. She lost her 16-year-old daughter in a street racing crash in 2013.
For something that could have been completely preventable. And that's when my mission was born.
She started an awareness group, partnering with the Highway Patrol and AAA to educate young drivers about the consequences of street racing. They're now asking parents to also be aware that if their kids are adding aftermarket products like this to their cars, they might be involved in something dangerous.
Kids are modifying their cars to the point where the machine is something that they just can't handle.
They want drivers to know that there's nothing wrong with going fast. It just shouldn't be done on streets or freeways where other people can be hurt.
It's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. Take it to the track. You know, we have partnered up with CHP and we have partnered up with LASD Motorsports, and they race the kids at the track. They can go race a cop and not get a ticket on the track. So keep it safe in a safe and legal environment.
These advocates are also pushing the governor to sign a bill that would strengthen the punishment for those involved in illegal street takeovers or sideshows. They say that is often just as dangerous as street racing. In University Park, Tina Patel, KCAL9 News.
Now, see, that's the young folk out there. They got too much money and time Now I'm gonna tell y'all, I love to go riding.
Well, lots of questions from business owners on the city's northwest side this morning. 3 stores broken into in just a little bit of time. Police say ATMs were stolen there. CBS 2's Mugo Odigwe walks us through surveillance video from one scene.
The store owners did not want to talk to us on camera, but this restaurant on Montrose and Drake was one of the 3 places hit. You can see the glass on this door is all gone. Right now, crews are working to fix it up. Take a look. This is surveillance video from Nick's Pantry on the corner of Elston and Montrose. This happened around 4:10 this morning. If you look on the left side of your screen, you can see 2 guys there. They're struggling to pull the ATM off the wall. They eventually succeed and are able to get it out the door. In this second video, you can see the 2 guys putting that ATM into an SUV. Then about 2 minutes later, police say an ATM was stolen from this Mexican restaurant on Montrose and Drake. The thieves smashed the glass on the front door to get inside. Finally, 10 minutes later, another break-in. This one was about half a mile away at the Family Dollar on Montrose and Central Park. There's shattered glass in front of the store. Chicago police say officers responded to an alarm at the store. When they arrived, they noticed the shattered glass, but no one was inside when they entered. It doesn't appear that anything was stolen from this location. Right now, police still haven't said if the same suspects were involved in all 3 break-ins, and no one has been arrested. In Albany Park, Mugo Odigwe, CBS 2 News.
It's already starting. It's already starting. I gotta tell y'all, I love the new locks on the door. I actually feel a little safer sitting here. Sad as that may sound, I actually feel safer. That was a fast trip, so let's look at it real quick, and then we'll get back to the news. Yeah, if I want to get some extra content, the 360-degree camera shows everything. I mean, it shows everything. Plug it up. All right. Yeah, I know it's a lot of stuff on this bike, but when you're a YouTuber, that's what you had. You know, nothing much was happening. Yeah, the people, they still there. Out here. They're going to Coland factory. Phew. Yeah, I forgot the camera. I had to go back upstairs. Hey, Liz, well, you know I was supposed to do it yesterday, but they supposed to do the inspection, but they didn't come. We sat here waiting all day, but they came today. They're here right now. So now I'm heading off to the FedEx store. 3, 2, 1. Skip ahead. Live chat. All right, y'all, let's go. You know what I'm saying? I'm out of breath and we ain't even gone nowhere. Yeah, you got short legs. You know what? You're gonna cheat. Oh, y'all don't understand. Do I got this tied down? Are you serious? Candy bags ain't tied down. That one tied. That one tied. This one not tied. All right, let's go. If y'all ain't noticed, I got the license plate. I got the license plate that Chung Lee made for us. For those of us with short legs. You know, we got 2 of them. The other one is untarnished. So I could have used that one. It's untarnished.
Let's go.
But I said, I just keep using the same one.
So how does it look? All right, y'all, let's roll. Mr. Murs is right. Okay, I can see him leaning on the car. Yeah, we got a truck behind, so I really can't tell. All right, let's go.
There's an SUV behind me.
See if we can do it for rain. How you doing, sir?
It's not fair that you come out the house and you got to deal with this right off the back. Look at that hill.
You gonna let us cross?
Now look at how much space is between us and that car. And that lady yelled something at me. Did y'all see how much space was between me and that car? And somebody yelled at me. Y'all see we still going uphill.
Going to this one.
Try to take y'all a different way rather than going by the church.
I just ain't feel like waiting. Check
that out.
All right, y'all, we gotta fix this
Look at that.
We gotta do this again.
UPS. I mean, now you be at FedEx. Where we going? We going to a FedEx store. Now, that's a mail carrier van, right? Going in. But a UPS truck is going to pull
I
up.
see it. So we got to take the phone off. We only on one channel. We on the Minister channel. Hey, Nia. Hold on a second, y'all. I got to put the hotspot on. Yeah, them new landlord people, they ain't playing. They are not playing. They there handling their business. So things gonna be looking up.
Now, let's speed up.
Floor. I feel on it. Yeah. Nia says happy second day of autumn. Wait a minute.
There it is. That's a FedEx truck.
That's
That's a FedEx truck going.
The FedEx truck right there. We going to the FedEx store.
FedEx truck is going to the USPS place. What's up with that, y'all?
I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign.
I didn't know they worked together. I thought they were competitors.
Right. We get ready to run this package up here. Now, Nia has the information in her Gmail, and I have it on the WhatsApp. So we'll see.
Yep. Why is the FedEx going to the USPS?
The FedEx truck going. That's the FedEx truck. He going to the USPS. What's up with that? Now, we didn't have to cross like Raven. I wouldn't even fool with this. But we got to cross like Raven. Every car in the world out here.
Thank you. Come on, Bessie. Come on. Yeah, thank you. He said, I like that bike setup, man. Let's get it. Come on, girl. Let's get. Oh man, you gonna do me like that? Light changing. Do me like that, red light. God done. We had a green light. Do me like that. Cruel. How you done? Cruel and inhumane. You can go ahead and start the next one. And we still sitting there. Shoot, we don't call us flying. I ain't jumping out there. Hell no. I thought about it. Still sitting there. Oh, now it's green. Oh, break my daggone neck. Let's go. How y'all doing? Time for the weed moment. Let's go. Right aside. This was that 750 watts thing for you. Oh yeah. Can you feel it? How you doing? All right, I'm sorry, Bessie. We gotta go up the one way. And you know somebody coming. It's always somebody coming. Sit to the sidewalk. How you doing? See, I know I'm wrong. I'm going up a one way. Now it's a two way. You know somebody at the stop sign. You got it. Come on, leg. We ain't gonna try it here. We gotta take a chill pill. Look how them brakes stop. We only got one. And look at how well it stops. We ain't gonna try nothing here. And we had both of them working. Yeah, indoors. They surprised me. I was getting ready to get in the shower and say the heck with it. And they came by. So then they did the inspection. Then I went, get ready to get in the shower again. They came back and changed the locks. Yeah, I got some nice locks on my door now. I got some heavy duty ones. Now light red. Truck stiffening. Light red as a mother. Number stop sign. Number stop signs. But it's not a lot of cars. They're getting our way. Speed bump, who cares? We just jumped the speed bump and didn't even care.
You just drift.
Just drift away. Telling y'all, having one of these e-bikes like having a car.
I just start relaxing.
You know we going to the next red light. She said, Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light. If we wouldn't get flagged, I would use that. If I didn't think we would get flagged, I would use that. Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light. You don't have to wait for money. The Roxanne down on the red light. The Roxanne down on the red light. Roxanne down on the red light.
Let's go.
Yeah. Walking. Now I was hoping that the bike wouldn't catch him, because we need to go left on the sidewalk. But of course, he's right there.
Oh, that's a one way.
Right there next to us. So we cut down the one way here.
It's not here.
If anybody comes straight across, I knew we were in trouble.
Okay, it's right there. Excuse me, sir.
Look at all that water. And we avoided it.
How you doing?
And there it is.
Yep. Google Maps was right. There she is. I didn't say it had stats.
It sure didn't say that. Was there a ramp? They ain't got no ramp. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, FedEx. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. No ramp. How the handicap supposed to get in here? If we were in the wheelchair or the walkers. Well, where's the ramp? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. No ramp. I said it, no ramp.
So where can we put you out the way at?
Huh?
I'm saying put this thing out the way. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to hear.
So afraid somebody gonna bother you. Nobody wanna bother you, man. I don't understand people. They don't harass you for. That's the controller right there. Now, I thought that was the box he sent it in. So that was my bad, y'all. I thought that was the box he sent it in. We can fast forward this. And there I am. I'm gone. That's y'all on the live stream. What were y'all looking at? That's what y'all were looking at. I forgot to bring the phone.
Closer.
I hear myself. All right, I'm back.
Matter of fact, let me
I went on and took a picture and sent him
photo.
Send him the proof All right, so we got it on camera too. All right, we got it on camera too. Cool. All right, let's fast forward. Let's get moving. Gotta bring it up to sets. All right. All right, I think there's something wrong with the lens. I'm trying to see, is it dirty in there?
Music.
I haven't put it in its case in a while. Here, I'll clean the lens off. Y'all see the lens is dirty.
I'm surprised at how many people in the street.
So watch all these people walk by. Y'all know the John Hopkins University across the street. They don't need them rushing because we to the red light.
Why am I FedEx sending the controller that they sent for iJam to somebody else? And I'm gonna tell y'all something. I need to go look. I think that the same person that was supposed to send us that GS9. I remember that name, Lars Hoffman. I think the same person that was supposed to send us their GS9 in that batch is getting a controller. So they decided to keep the bike and not send it. And now they get the controller. Mr. Bobcat. So I sent him the picture. Well, we got the video of us being there, but I sent him the picture.
Look at this stop sign already. You can't do nothing.
So you can send that to Mr. Laws. Hey, man, I'm hearing something. Something don't sound right. Hold on a sec. Something don't sound right. What's the matter now? I'm hearing a chiggy from somewhere. I don't even feel like getting off the bike. I'll deal with it when we get home. Yeah, y'all hear that? I was supposed to cut back over. I made a mistake. As if we can cut down the street. Yeah, y'all hear that?
Just made us stop.
As soon as we stop.
Look at this car.
This light so daggone long. Come on. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Like your bag.
No, thank you, sir.
Nice.
Yeah, it's my car. Come on, girl, get me out this hill. I'm playing around. Let's go. Yeah. Still not going nowhere.
Ace Hardware. There's the market. We're going to see you tomorrow. Oh, that's right. We cut through the market.
We're at the market, but we don't really need nothing.
Somebody donated and we appreciate it. We're going to be at the market tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm hearing something. But where's it coming from? Let me let them go ahead and go where they got to go. They get them on there. Let them go ahead and go where they got to go.
Anybody waiting for us? Yeah. Yeah. Sure was waiting for it. That was it. Go ahead out there. Go ahead. Go ahead out there. I got something for you. Go out there without looking. I got something for you.
Nigga with another different sound.
Said I got something for you.
Got a double dose. We got another sound to deal with, but let's enjoy the weed moment. And we get all kinds of sounds coming from the bottom now. How you doing? I figure out what that sound is. Trying to figure out where it's coming from. You can't ever enjoy the mobile live. It's always something. That light been red all that time.
I stay back a little bit.
Take all the fun out of this one. Take all the fun out of it. That's all.
See, I'm pedaling, making the motor come on.
Y'all see we ain't getting no light, no help with the lights.
Oh.
Ain't getting no help. We hitting every light.
Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh.
Everybody go Moses. All the fun, man. Hey, no fun riding during the day. I'm not even celebrating. When I drive. Turn in. I don't know what that sound is.
Wildcat said that's a lawsuit for not having a rant. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. Bump, bump.
What's that sound?
Bump, bump.
I don't know, Bobcat. It's always something.
Bump, bump.
As soon as you get one thing fixed,
Bump,
something
bump.
else.
Bump, bump.
I'm trying to figure out what that sound is. Is it coming from the gears? No, the gears is fine. Trying to figure out what, I mean, is it coming from the new rack?
All righty. That was our ride today. Stop signs was hard to find a wee moment with all them stop signs and lights and cars in the way. We even had people getting our way. Y'all don't like me to ride at night because y'all say y'all could see more when we on the daylight. But we don't have no fun. And I mean, it's a blessing to be able to go out there and be with everybody. But don't nobody want to be around everybody the whole daggone time. We haven't been able to do the speed test in days. Because every time we go out there, we always get the stinking red light. And if we sit on top of the hill and wait for the light to change, the people that's at the light, we catch them. How you catch somebody in a car on a bike? How do you catch somebody that's in the car? How do you catch them on a bike? People just lollygagging and not paying attention and, you know. But like I said, it's a blessing to be out there. It's a blessing. No, I didn't like having to take that bike up and down them steps at the FedEx. Shame on your FedEx. But at the same time, it was wide. So I was able to use the motor to push the bike up the steps. I wasn't doing much. The motor was pushing the bike. Y'all didn't even notice that. The motor was pushing the bike up the steps. It's not enough room for me to walk. When I take the bike down the steps and let it roll, it's barely enough room in the stairwell for me and the bike. I would love to bring it up the same way, but it's not enough room to keep me separate from the bike. You understand what I'm saying? If I could extend myself out and then just sit in there and just go up the steps, but I got to be next to it, that makes it a little harder to control. But one day we're going to try and bring it up and let the motor put the back wheel All you gotta do is just hold the front wheel up. Keep the front wheel above the next step. That's a problem we had today bringing it up because they had the door open. Y'all know that I closed the door, didn't bring the bike back and carry it upstairs. They had the door open. So I had to kind of arc the bike over into the stairwell instead of just having it go right up. And it kept knocking me off balance because I would have to have the bike up like this instead of lifting it and then turning it so that the front wheel stay above the next tire. I actually had to have it like this and come around into the stairwell. Made it a lot more difficult, but we got it done. But it took a lot out of me. I ain't gonna front. Hey y'all, it's only 6 something. Let's check the CV. We haven't done the CV numbers in a while. Let's check them old CV numbers. You know, a lot of people don't like when we do it, but we give honor and hopefully remembrance to those. I wonder, did we hit 43 million yet? Let me hit share screen. You know, you can leave me in the picture. Hey, you can leave me in the picture. All right. As of September 23rd, 2021, we got 43,513,613 people that have been diagnosed to have the coronavirus in the United States, the COVID-19. So far that we know of, we've lost 702,745 United States citizens have died from the coronavirus. I'm glad not to be on that list. I don't know about y'all. So I know a lot of states, well, they should have checked them by now. We know that California knows how to party in a city called Watts. Where COVID-19, the gangs, that's all they got. Hey, I'm talking about California. They picked up 2,616 new cases today. They lost 95 people. They still got over 2 million infected. Let's two-step our way on down to Texas. Yeehaw! They picked up 9,081 new cases today. Texas lost 402 people to the coronavirus. They still got 320,500 infected. Texas lost 402 people. 402 people. They picked up 9,000 new cases today. Really? I'm going to tell y'all something. Texas and Florida, all the boxing is going there. All the wrestlings are going there. All the UFC is going there. A lot of the baseball games was played there. A lot of the football games, basketball games were played there because they more open about the mask mandates and they more open about people coming together. Well, look at the numbers. 9,081 new cases today. They lost 402 people. I love my wrestling. I love my boxing. I like the UFC, Bellator. Let me tell you something. I don't think it's worth it. You know, the wrestling is a lot more lively when it's a crowd there. But you know what? If there's going to have numbers like this, I don't know. What do y'all think? But let's go on down to Florida, the Sunshine State, where they trying to find Brian Laundrie at. They picked up 6,271 new cases. They lost 9 people today. They got over 1 million infected. Walking around. Let's go to New York, New York. You're a native New Yorker. You're a native New Yorker. New York State, they picked up 3,751 new cases a day. They lost 38 people. They got 290 and a half infected walking around. Illinois, Chirac, they picked up 3,505 new cases. I don't know if y'all noticed, but last week, a lot of things went on in Chicago. I know for a fact AEW had 2 great shows out there. 2 of them. Do you think that that's part of the reason for these new jumps in cases? Anybody think that? I'm just asking the question. Last night and Friday night, they're going to have at the stadium in New York. At the stadium in New York, they're going to have the wrestling there in the stadium. Are the numbers for New York going to go up? I think it's Arthur Ashe Stadium. I think it's Arthur Ashe. Arthur Ashe Stadium. Y'all think New York numbers going to go through the roof? Because they got people there Wednesday night and Friday night. Arthur Ashe Stadium. And then the WWE pay-per-view is Sunday. Extreme Rules. I don't know what state they in. I wonder if that state gonna jump up too. We got Georgia. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't do Illinois. 3,005 cases. They lost 47 people today. They got 125,500 infected. Georgia on my mind. I caught the midnight train to Georgia. And I'm bringing the COVID that I caught in California. Georgia picked up 4,553 new cases. They lost 205 people today. They got 415,000 infected. It's time to go to Pennsylvania. They picked up 5,489 new cases. They lost 30 people. They got 101,700 infected. Ohio. They picked up 7,475 new cases. But give them a hand because they lost none. They got 128,500 infected, though. Ain't nothing finer than the mountain inclines of North Carolina. They picked up 5,953 new cases today. Didn't they have some kind of festival or something in North Carolina? Didn't they have some kind of festival or something? They lost 71 people today. Has anybody heard from No Night by Cavs? They got 91,758 people walking around infected. Tennessee, Tennessee, they got 3,974 new cases reported today. They lost 63 people. They got 66,500 infected. New Jersey, they picked up 2,252 new cases. They lost 24 people. They got 103,000 infected. Michigan, what up, though? They didn't check in yet. Arizona, 3,013 new cases. They lost 69 people. They got 77,500 infected. Indiana, ooh-wee. They picked up 3,588 new cases. They lost 28 people. They got almost 86,000 infected. Virginia, they picked up 3,767 new cases. They lost 54 people today. No active stats. Ain't nothing finer than the coastal lines of South Carolina. Anybody heard from the driver? They picked up 3,199 new cases. They lost 44 people. They got 226,500 infected. Missouri, or should I say Missouri, they picked up 2,113 new cases. But give them a hand, y'all, because they lost none. They got 192,000 walking around infected, though. Massachusetts, they picked up 2,004 new cases. They lost 23 people. No active stats. Wisconsin, they picked up 3,547 new cases, but they only lost 3. No active stats. Alabama, I said Alabama. They picked up 1,100 new cases today. They lost 133 people in Alabama. No active stats. Louisiana, they picked up 1,517 new cases. They lost 45 people today. No active stats. Minnesota, they picked up 2,291 new cases. They lost 24 people. They got 17,500 still infected. Oh, shucky ducky, it's time to go to Mitch McConnell's state of Kentucky. They picked up 4,090 new cases. They lost 44 people. No active stats. Colorado, or should I say Colorado, they picked up 2,055 new cases of the COVID-19 today. They lost 14 people. They got 102,000 infected. Washington State didn't check in. Oklahoma, they picked up 2,361 new cases. But give them a hand because they lost none. They got 15,500 infected, though. Oh, it's time to go to my state. Ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. I said, ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. We picked up 1,405 new cases today. We lost 15 people. No active stats. Quick draw McGraw. Let's go to Utah. They picked up 1,600 new cases today. They lost 19 people. They got 31,500 infected. It's time to go to the fake Kansas, Arkansas, or Arkansas. I don't know how you get Arkansas out of that, but whatever. It's the fake Kansas. They picked up 1,540 new cases today. They lost 20 people. They got 13,500 infected. Uh-oh. You got M-I, a crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippi, they picked up 2,071 new cases. They lost 42 people today. They got 31,500 infected. Oh, it's only 7 o'clock. We can sing it for real. Iowa, 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 Iowa. No stats. They didn't check in yet. Nevada, 1,053 new cases reported today. But give them a hand because they lost none. They got almost 54,000 walking around infected, though. It's time to sneeze on down the road. You got the sneeze on down the road. You got that COVID-19. You can carry a load. Come on, let's sneeze on down the road. Kansas, Dorothy and Toto ain't doing their job. They ain't checking yet. Connecticut or Connecticut? How you pronounce it? 591 new cases. They lost 36 people. They got 21,000 infected walking around. Oregon, no stats. Nebraska, no stats. New Mexico. I said New Mexico. They picked up 722 new cases a day. They lost 16 people. They got almost 26,000 infected. Idaho. Idaho. I said Idaho. Idaho. I said Idaho. Idaho. They didn't check in yet. West Virginia, they picked up 1,477 new cases. They lost 25 people. They got 15,000 infected. It's time to roll that R. I said it's time to roll that R. You got Rhode Island. We can do better than that. We got to roll that R. We got to go to Rhode Island. They picked up 284 cases of the COVID-19 today, but they only lost 2. No active stats. It's time to go to Montana to watch Tito Santana. I said it wrong. It's time to go watch Tito Santana wrestle in the raggedy state of Montana. They picked up 1,174 new cases. They lost 16 people today. They got almost 11,000 infected. South Dakota, they picked up 585 new cases. They lost 6 people today. They got 7,700 infected. Delaware, I said Delaware, they picked up 643 new cases today. They lost 13 people. They got 12,000 walking around infected. North Dakota, they picked up 629 new cases. Give them a hand because they lost none, but they got 3,500 still walking around infected. New Hampshire, they picked up 753 cases, but they only lost 3. They got 4,000 walking around infected. Alaska, they picked up 1,273 new cases. They lost 7 people today. They got 30,000 walking around infected. Wyoming. 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 They picked up 757 new cases. But give them a hand because they lost none. They got 5,000 walking around infected, though. It's a pain to live in Maine. So mundane plain. Why? Because everything looks the same. Oh, it's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain, a strain to live in Maine. Hit the chorus. It's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain to live in Maine. Maine, 716 new cases, but they only lost 2. They got no active stats. Uh-oh. It's time to go to the island. Hawaii 5-0. They picked up 445 new cases on the island today. They lost 12 people, no active stats. District of Columbia, the nation's capital, D.C., they picked up 169 new cases today, but they only lost 1, no active stats. Time to go to Neidhart country, the state of Vermont. Anybody used to watch that sitcom back in the 80s? Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Not hard country. The state of Vermont, they picked up 289 new cases today. But give them a hand, because they lost none. They still got 4,300 infected, though. We almost done, y'all. We almost done. We got to roll that R one more time. Help me roll that R, y'all. Help me roll that R. We got to go to our territory of Puerto Rico. We got to do better than that. We got to roll that R. So let's do this again here. I said we got to go to Puerto Rico. They picked up 157 new cases today, but they only lost 4. They still got almost 36,000 infected. Hold on, y'all. That hurt my throat. We got to go to our territory that we own called Guam. They picked up 101 new cases today, but they only lost 2. They got 3,000 walking around infected. United States Virgin Islands, they picked up 32 new cases a day, but give them a hand because they lost none. They got 222 people infected on the islands. No stats for the Mariana Islands. No stats for American Samoa. No stats for the U.S. military. Veteran Affairs, 556 new cases today for the veterans. They lost 35. We lost 35 veterans today, y'all. They still got 9,500 infected. No stats. Federal prisons ain't checked in yet. The Navajo Nation ain't checked in yet. Let's get to our totals. Told y'all we was almost done. So far, we have diagnosed 43,513,613 United States citizens with the coronavirus. New cases today, just today, 108,585. We got three vaccines, and they talking about boosters now. We got 3 vaccines, and we still getting 108,500 new cases every day. Something ain't right. 108,585 new cases today. The day ain't over. A lot of the states didn't even check in. A lot of the states haven't even checked in yet. Total deaths so far, 702,745. We've lost 702,000 Americans to this disease so far. How many people died today? We got 3 vaccines, and they talking about boosters. And they supposedly giving it out to everybody free. And you telling me that we lost 1,741 Americans today. We lost 1,741 Americans today. We got 3 vaccines. They keep talking about opening this up, opening that up, making this public, making that public. We lost 1,741 people today in every state. Only a third of them checked in. We lost 1,741 Americans. This is ridiculous. We had been doing the e-bike stuff, and we had left the COVID numbers alone for a while. But when we left a month and a half ago, videos are up. The active cases were in the 5 millions. With 3 vaccines, you telling me that it's almost doubled We about to hit 1 million active cases. But they keep talking about open this up, open that up. You don't need to wear a mask. What? Who's running the country? Somebody talk to me. Somebody come in here and make this make sense. When we checked in a month and a half ago, it was only 5 million active cases. Now we get ready to hit 1 million. What the hell? But yet we got 3 vaccines, and they talking about doing boosters and everything else. And yet we have almost doubled the active cases. We've almost doubled the active cases. What's going on here? This reminds me of you have Batman lock the Joker up. He can't kill nobody. And then, the warden say, well, he's been in here for a couple years. Maybe he learned his lesson and we'll let him back out. And he go out there and kill 10 more people. Then you lock him up. And he's in jail, and that warden retires, and a new warden come in and say, well, the Joker's been in here for 6 years. Maybe we ought to think about putting him on parole. And then he go out there and kill 20 people. That's what we're doing with the virus. Instead of keeping it down, we just letting it grow. And it's sneaking us. All right, Kevin King put out something 20 minutes ago. Give him a thumbs up.
Dad. Say, I miss his dad.
What? How are you Mrs. Dad? Hey, man.
Oh, I'm sorry for my clothes. Lord, it don't smell good. Say I'm sorry for it. Say I'm Mrs. Dad.
Where you at, Nia and Liz?
So I'm Mrs. Dad. I'm Mrs. Dad.
I know y'all hiding out now. Where you at, Nia and Liz? The eyeball rolling. Come on, Kev, buddy. We love you, man, but you gotta get more creative.
See, now I'm for this. Gotta go slow down. Let me show you. See, so I got this one. So now I'm gonna start folding. I'm just smelling my black t-shirt right here. See, I'm Mrs. Dad.
All right, Kev. We'll check in with you tomorrow, buddy. Need you to be more creative, though. We already saw that. Speaking of the COVID.
We're going to begin with breaking news in the COVID pandemic. Tonight, the FDA is authorizing a wider use of Pfizer's booster vaccine, allowing it to be used for patients 65 and older and other high-risk Americans. A CDC advisory committee could vote on the use of a third shot of the vaccine on Thursday. The Biden administration has been pushing for the third shot to be authorized for the general population. But the World Health Organization has strongly objected to giving a third shot when poor countries don't have enough vaccine for their first. And there's a startling figure tonight. The U.S. is again seeing more than 2,000 Americans die from COVID every day. CBS's Nancy Chen leads off our coverage from New York City.
All right, well, let's get it.
Tonight, the Food and Drug Administration has given the green light for a Pfizer vaccine booster shot, but the authorized use is limited to people over the age of 65 and those at high risk for severe illness, which an advisory committee had recommended last week. Meanwhile, President Biden held a virtual summit with world leaders on ending the global pandemic. He also made this pledge.
The United States is buying another 500 million doses of Pfizer to donate to low and middle income countries around the world.
The Delta variant surge appears to be peaking nationally, according to researchers advising the CDC. They say cases and deaths will steadily decline now and continue through March without a significant winter surge. But in states like Kentucky, conditions remain critical. Inside St. Clair Regional Medical Center, ICU beds are full and the staff is overwhelmed.
You can't ask nurses to take care of any more people than they're already taking care of.
Which is why the Kentucky National Guard has come to help out. For Sergeant Darren Cushard, this is personal.
It kind of just hits you a little harder when it's your hometown. I personally know at least 5 people with COVID that's in this hospital right now.
In Kentucky, 91% of those 65 and older have received at least one vaccine dose. Among those 18 to 29, it's just 51%. Many of the unvaccinated wind up here. 29-year-old Samantha Wendell never made it home.
Misinformation killed my cousin.
Maria Vibendor Hayes says Wendell hesitated in getting vaccinated because she thought it might affect her fertility, something for which there is no scientific evidence.
It was absolutely traumatizing knowing that you would never get to see them or hug them again.
Wendell was engaged. Her funeral took place inside the same church where she was to be married.
And here in New York, a judge has lifted a temporary pause on the city's vaccine mandate, which means that all teachers and other school workers must be vaccinated by Monday or lose their jobs, Nora.
Still can't get over that in the same church she was supposed to be married. Nancy Chen, thank you.
All right. This is the problem. And I'm going to catch heat for what I'm about to say. And so what? Bring it. Bring it. This is the problem. White people was always worried about what somebody doing in another country. You worrying about the poor in another country. Take care of the poor here first. Then you can worry about other parts of the country. If you ain't took care of your own home front, why the hell you worrying about what somebody else is doing? But every time you turn around, hey, North Korea got missiles. We got to go over there. Hey, they got missiles in Saudi Arabia, over there in Turkey with the Taliban. You worrying about what somebody else is doing. Take care of home. The fact that the active cases have doubled in a month and a half, and nobody's saying anything about it. It's sickening because people just want to go back and do what they want to do. They don't want no more lockdowns. They don't want to wear masks. They don't want to have to carry hand sanitizer. They don't want to be bothered. They don't. You expect us to feel sorry for that woman that just died when you just heard in her state only 51% of those 18 to 49 are vaccinated. But yet 91% of the elderly are. What'd that tell you? What'd that tell you? 91% of 65 and older are vaccinated in that state we just saw. But only 51% of the 18 to 49 demographic is vaccinated. That tells you that somebody telling them a bunch of malarkey and they want to believe it. So they doing what they want to do. Why should you feel sorry for them? This is a free country, and if you free to die if you want to. You think I wasn't scared to get the vaccination? You think I wasn't nervous about getting the vaccination? But I got it. I've had several of y'all tell me that your job made you get it or you got it, and y'all was okay. So I said, okay, I'll go get it. We got offered twice at the Walgreens. We got offered twice at the doctor's office. Finally, I said, okay, I'll go ahead and get it done. And you can get it done for free. Mudduck said, just blame Trump for all the problems. Biden has done nothing except hide from the public. We are not the blessed people Israel is. They deserve all of our dollars. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is a chump. And I said this since last year. And videos up. Go look at them. I was calling the beginning of March for Donald Trump to shut down the borders. We would have only had 2,000 or 3,000 people infected, and maybe 500 of them would have died. And we could have just locked down, start making our own products, and not had this pandemic. Now, you got 43 million people that we know of infected. And you got 700,000 dead. And all you kept hearing from Donald Trump is when we get the vaccination. Well, we got the vaccination and we still getting 100 and some thousand people infected every day. And we still losing 2,000 people a day. So what did he do? He let it get to this point when we could have nipped it in the bud. He could have shut down the borders and nipped it in the bud. California, New York, Florida are always at the top of the list. Those are entry points for people to come into the country. And that's what happened. Well, I stopped the Chinese from coming in, but you didn't stop. You saw the problem Europe had. The fact that we sat there and watched Europe, who has a very high elderly population, we watched them have trucks full of coffins of thousands upon thousands of people dying. We had young folk from the UK on social media, from France and England, telling us, don't be like us. And we higher than everybody in the world. We were warned about it under Donald Trump. You had people telling us, get your act together or you're going to be like us. The same way y'all tried to get on me. Because I went through all that trouble to make sure I can get a dentist appointment so I can get my teeth fixed. But if I listen to y'all, I'll be like that man with a couple of teeth in my mouth. Let me check the chat. Mudduck says Biden has the border wide open. Come on in. We shouldn't be letting nobody in the country. We need to get our act together. You want to give billions of dollars of vaccines to other countries, but you want to cut poor people food stipends so they can't eat. You want to save $8 billion on food money for people so you can send $10 billion of vaccine to poor countries. Somebody make that make sense. I'll listen. Somebody make that make sense. I don't understand it. No, you said I was making fun of the man. No, I didn't say one thing to insult him. I didn't make not one joke. I just made the point. If I don't do something now, that could be me in the future. That's not an insult. It hit me in my face. The same way when Trump was told about the virus in February, he did nothing. Well, I saw my future and I did something. Tomorrow I call and see what my number is at the Care Ferguson Blue Cross Blue Shield. And for the first time in my life, I'm going to belong to a top-rated insurance company. For the first time. We going to the vision doctor, and hopefully, I've been wearing the same contacts since 2016. I bought a lot of them. But we starting to run low. We going to the vision doctor. It was supposed to be Monday. I had to move it. And I'm glad I did, because the activation date should be October the 1st. The activation date for the new health plan should be October the 1st. Our appointment is on the 5th. So hopefully we'll go. Hopefully, I don't know if Medicare is going to pay for contacts, but hopefully Care First will. Don't know if they're going to pay for contacts. Contacts are really going down. I mean, I don't know what it's going to cost to get the new. Hopefully, I ain't got to pay nothing. I'm praying, but we need new contacts. I got enough, but you're supposed to take them. You're supposed to replace them every 2 weeks. I just take them out and rinse them Let them soak overnight every 2 weeks. And I stretch them out. And that's why I still got some. Now, if they want to give me a pair of glasses, then I had to get a pair I should have a pair of glasses anyway, in case I get an eye infection. So I won't be mad. But we're going to get our eyes checked. Because diabetes go after your eyes, and they go after your limbs. So we need to get on top of that. Ain't no excuse to just sit here and say, oh, well, and throw your hands up. Everybody throw their hands up, and then you turn around and you messed up. No, no, if you want to make changes to your Medicare, it's normally around October the 1st. That's why the changes for the food stipend. It's on October the 1st. Because usually it's when Congress come back from the break. Just like they talking about now, if they don't fix it, the country might stop on October the 1st. Something about October the 1st. Don't know what it is. But it's something about October the 1st. Nia said it's October the 15th. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. No need in speculating. They said they call back Friday, and tomorrow is Friday. So we're going to call them back. And I need to call Social Service too and ask them if we had any kind of mayor, he would have stepped in. See, the problem is we have a Republican governor, but he don't like Trump. So a lot of his things go against what Trump say. But I noticed that the stimulus money, he doesn't give the stimulus money that's sent to the states, doesn't give it to people on a fixed income. He only gives the money to people that make enough to file taxes. Nia sent me the information. Everything on there said filing jointly. I don't earn enough to file taxes. And even if I did, I don't have no earned income credit. It's for children. It says on there, married with children, single with children, married with no children, tax filer. Now I can start filing the taxes, but I'm not getting the money back. What am I going to do for? I'm not going to pay somebody to prepare a tax return and I don't get the money back. Why am I going to pay somebody? Nia says you will have a copay. It's not free of charge. It's October the 15th. My dad has it. Enrollment is October the 15th through December. She said December 7th. This isn't speculation. It's factual information. Okay. And wait a minute. On the other channel, my duck says Biden, no, he says your food stamp dollars is going to illegals so they can have food. Mud duck until you get to the companies that hire these illegals. You ain't gonna never stop them from crossing the border. They come over here and try to stay for 20, 25 years and send as much money as they can back to Mexico. And then they come back and retire rich. That's why they sneak over here. How did you stop them? Not a wall. Start sending investigators out to the Lowe's. Send them out to the Home Depots. Start sending investigators to these work sites, to these labor camps, to these farms, and have them make the people prove they live here. If they don't, arrest them and send them back. That would stop it. But they're not doing that because they're making money off of it. And the people that's making the money are the ones that's putting money in the politician's pocket to turn their head. So until we deal with that, you ain't gonna stop that. You might as well give up on illegal immigration. As long as somebody willing to pay them to work, they're gonna find a way to get here and do the work. And you spend your time on them, but you won't spend your time on the people that's hiring them. See, that's called kicking yourself in the butt while you're trying to work forward. Shooting yourself in the foot. Breaking news.
We've been following this story since our noon newscast today. This afternoon, we have learned the victim is a woman in her 70s.
The Harris County Sheriff's Office says a man stole her purse, ran her over, and then left her for dead. This happened just after 11 at a McDonald's on Uvalde and Woodforest. KPRC2's Bill Barajas is there live. So, Bill, what are investigators doing at this hour?
Well, at this hour, the scene has cleared and the McDonald's is now open. We're told that victim, as you mentioned, in her 70s, stopped at this McDonald's in East Harris County to get a quick bite to eat. She ordered some food, walked out of that side entrance there, and that's where she was robbed, her purse taken, and she was run over. When the suspect tried to flee the scene, her vehicle still here at this hour, that silver Nissan you see in the parking lot. This neighborhood McDonald's was shut down. Yellow caution tape was up, and detectives were combing the area for evidence. Isabel Castillo says she frequents the fast food restaurant, but was caught off guard when she saw the heavy law enforcement presence.
I was going to go get some coffee at McDonald's, and I seen the ambulance pulling out really fast.
Investigators say the victim was here to grab a quick bite to eat. She was instead robbed in the parking lot. A purse snatching, according to the sheriff's office, that ended with the suspect allegedly running her over. Jose Saldaña rushed to the scene when he heard what happened.
I was concerned with my mom because she was down here not too long ago at a Goodwill, and then I came over here, to see, and my mom won't let go of a purse. And I told her, look, I don't care if it's all my money. I'll give it to you. Just give it all to him.
Sheriff Ed Gonzalez telling us they are still trying to piece together exactly how the victim was hit.
We don't know if there was a fight. We're going to try to gather. That's why we want witnesses. We told she tried to act quickly and perhaps try to get a picture as things, and she was, again, violently struck.
He made it clear, though, he was upset and concerned with recent crime.
We've had Houston police officers shot. One lost his life. Here we have a senior person that tragically has lost her life. We have teens being shot and killed. We could do better than that. I mean, really stealing a purse from an elderly person? Get a job.
And the sheriff saying he has no description on a possible suspect. They do, however, have a description on a vehicle. They said it is a dark-colored Impala that they are looking for. If you have any information, you're asked to call and report it to the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Live in East Harris County, Bill Barajas, KPRC 2 News.
That's damn shame. If you're an elderly person, sometimes you just got to give it up. Sometimes you just got to give it up. If you know you're an elderly woman and a young man is trying to rob you, it ain't much you can do unless you got a gun, knife, pepper spray. But if they grab a hold of the person, they start driving off and start dragging you, You need to let that purse go. I don't care what's in it. Anything that's in that purse can be replaced, but you can't. I will say I enjoy riding Marsha, even though she cuts off sometimes. I enjoy riding her better than I do Bessie. But you don't think if somebody put a gun in my head and say, get that bike up, I wouldn't say, there you go? Take me an Uber home. Come get Bessie. We got the other pannier bags, the cheaper ones, up in the top of the closet. Put them on Bessie and go right back to the store. I'm not going to die for an e-bike. If something happens to Bessie, we still got the e-bike in the closet. And we'll have to make do like we made do before. But if I'm dead, we're good. We're good as having it. I'm dead. I can't use it. I'm gone. If you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, let it go. But somebody is dragging you, driving in that car, and you trying to hang on to a purse. That's just insane. Let it go. Whatever they took, it might take you a while. Like it might take a while to get another e-bike. Maybe I had to start a GoFundMe. Maybe I'll go live and it'll go viral. Maybe some people will donate so I can get another bike. But I'm not going to be dead for a bike. Mud Duck says if it was live viewed bike theft, then you should get your subscribers and massive views. I would get subscribers and massive views. Actually, I do have the handbook. It got sent to me. I think it's still in the pannier bag. I need to go look at it. Like I said, I'll find out when I talk to the people tomorrow. It's 7:45. I don't know if they open. They said to call back Friday, give them 2 days to get it processed. Because after I got off the phone with Medicare, I called them right up. And I said, hey, am I with y'all? And they said, no, we don't see no record of it. You can call back Friday. Give us a chance to put you in the system. So we'll find out. Nia says you have a garage apartment full of bikes and scooters. Hey, Nia, if push come to shove, I'll find a way to get one of these two things to work. If push came to shove. But I ain't going to die for no daggone something I can replace. It might take a long time to replace. But I can replace it. I can't replace myself. You know, I can't replace myself. And I tell it to y'all, some of y'all got nice cars and they carjacking people right now. And I'm telling you, Donald Trump did this in 40 of the 50 states. 10 of the states said, heck no. 40 of the 50 states. If you live in one of them states, start looking over your shoulder. Don't walk around like you in La La Land. People are going to be hungry. They're going to be desperate. And see, the people that voted for this, they don't live in areas like that. They in well-to-do areas. They have security. They ride in limos. They ride in fancy jets. They not worried about the common man on the street putting the gun in your head and taking what you got. Because it don't happen to them. They out of touch. And that's the problem. But when somebody see you with something and they got nothing, they feel what they got to lose. If they go to jail, they get 3 hots in the cot. They get good medical care. Out on the street, they can't find a job. They feel that, well, I got to eat. My family got to eat. Baby need Pampers. It becomes you versus them. They see you doing all right. You know. They will see you. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the mobility scooter near you, right? What did that old lady have on her purse at this time of the month, except for pictures? And if you got pictures, somebody else got pictures too. You can make copies of them. Somebody gave you a brooch or a family heirloom. Keep checking the local pawn shops. It's bound to pop up. Ain't no need in being drugged through the streets to your death. Is all I'm saying. You know, use your common sense. She looked rough.
Body camera video shows the arrest of a woman accused of speeding in a school zone.
The Pearland Police Department released this video that shows officers using a taser as the woman was taken into custody. The suspect has been identified as Josiah Lewis, and we have learned she is related to a man accused of killing a Houston police officer on Monday. Our Courtney Zabowski is live in Pearland with the new details.
Lauren and Chris, the Pearland Police Department says it wants to be transparent, and that's why it's releasing this body cam video. This incident happened yesterday across the street from Merrick Elementary School. You are looking at body cam video of a Pearland police officer clocking a woman allegedly speeding in a school zone. He tried to pull her over. She didn't stop until about a minute later.
I'm trying to go. Leave me alone. You killed my brother. I'm gang. I didn't kill anybody.
Her name is Janisha Lewis. She's 19 and has her 3-year-old son in the back. KPRC2 talked with her cousin this morning, who said she is the sister of Dion Ledette. Ledette is accused of shooting 2 police officers Monday, killing one of them. Ledette was also killed in the shootout.
Okay, shoot me. Kill me. Send me where my brother is at.
The officers order Lewis out of the car.
Why you stop me? For speeding in a school zone.
The traffic stop escalates.
Hey, don't reach in the back. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
One of the 2 officers on scene goes to the passenger side window to try and open the door. Eventually, and after tasing her, the officers get the woman out of the car.
Get out! Get on the ground!
Eugene Howard with the NAACP reviewed the video with the Pearland Police Department.
I stand firmly 100% behind what Pearland Police Department did.
Howard, who sits on the department's advisory council, says he counted 67 times in which officers tried to de-escalate the situation.
Man, get out the car. Man, put the car in park. Man, stop so we can talk about it.
Janisa Lewis told police that she's pregnant. A relative came to pick up her 3-year-old son. Right now, she's in jail facing evading arrest and resisting arrest charges. Meanwhile, the 2 officers involved in this situation are not on administrative leave, but the incident is under review. We're live in Pearland. Courtney Zubowski, KPRC 2 News.
That's a daggone shame. That's a shame.
Several inches of rain fell across the greater Baltimore area Wednesday into Thursday.
Wait a minute, y'all. This went on its own.
Harder than others. In portions of northern Harford County, especially the Route 40 corridor in Aberdeen, water flowed over the road in a number of spots.
Oh, the rainfall came in such a short amount of time. The streams and creeks and everything are backing up, and people are driving through the water. And we've been getting hit with a bunch of calls.
In this low part of Route 40 near Old Philadelphia Road, 3 vehicles got stuck in high floodwaters. Several people had to be rescued, including a woman and her young child.
It's just simply they drove through the water overcame their cars, and they were stuck in there. None of them were hurt, just inconvenience.
West of here, still in Aberdeen, in another low-lying area at the intersection of Beard Hill Road and Route 40, another water rescue. A woman and her 2 children.
Well, I drove through and then my car turned off and then I couldn't, it wouldn't move at all.
Was it scary?
Well, yeah, I have 2 babies.
Kyle Torster, Director of Public Works for the city of Aberdeen, stopped to help.
So I had put my vehicle over here. I was in the process of getting cones out. This lady with her vehicle came down in here, came through. The water was about 12 to 18 inches. She got through and our car stalled out.
According to Maryland State Police, troopers answered more than 250 calls and responded to almost 70 crashes. Best advice from rescue workers:
turn around, don't drown. If it looks like you don't want to drive in moving water or standing water, you can't tell how deep it is. It may look like the road's there and it may not be. So it's just safer to stop, find another way around it.
State police also tell us that they had to deal with a number of downed trees and more than a dozen abandoned vehicles around the state. As you can see, though, here in Aberdeen, traffic is moving once again, making way for some beautiful weather and sunshine into the weekend. In Aberdeen, I'm Lowell Melser, WBAL TV 11 News.
Mud Dog, that's not the problem.
Body camera video.
Trying to drive a bike through standing water. You don't know what's under the water. You can't see it. You don't know what's there. It could be logs, tree branches. You actually could get hit something, get thrown off the bike and land on your head and be a paraplegic for the rest of your life. No, thank you. No, thank you. Liz says traumatic for the baby. He says it's waterproof. I still don't see no reason to ride through what you can't see. The most important thing about being on a bicycle is keeping your eyes on the road. I look for potholes, cracks in the street. I look for these things so I can be ready. If you don't have enough time to get out the way or stop, you got to be ready to make sure that when you hit it, that you keep your balance. That's the most important thing, keeping your balance so you don't fall. If you can't see what you're riding through, anything can happen. You know what they say? It's the punch you don't see that knock you out. He said, wear a helmet and goggles should anyhow. Yeah, this is the part that I don't understand. And we got 2 ladies here. We got Liz and Nia. If you are so concerned about your babies in the back seat, Why do you keep antagonizing the cops and escalating the situation? Now, I understand that her brother just got into a shootout with the police early in the week. I understand that. But you got your child in the back seat. You're sitting there talking about shoot me, kill me. You don't care about your child. Who's going to take care of your child if you beg them to shoot and kill you, and they do? So you don't care about your child. Because if you would, you wouldn't say nothing that stupid out your mouth. So why do you expect the cops to care about your child when you don't? All you had to do was take the ticket and go fight it in court. You were being stopped for a ticket. You're going to take off and lead the cops on a chase with your child in the back seat. Obviously, you don't care about the child or you wouldn't have done it. If you cared about the child, you wouldn't have done it. If you cared about the child, you would not have done it. You would have took the ticket and did the right thing and went and fought it. You could have fought the ticket. If nothing else, you get half off for showing up. If it's an $80 ticket, you only pay $40. But you put your life in danger. You put your son's life in danger. Suppose them cops had been trigger happy and they shot the whole car up and killed you and the baby, then what? You gonna want us to go out there and march for you when your dumb actions is what caused it. Mother says, not when mountain biking, lots of small streams across can see the bottom of the stream. Yeah, but not that dirty water. You don't know what's in that water. You don't know what kind of organisms, kind of bacteria. I wouldn't want to ride through that mess. Y'all notice I don't go riding like that. I try to ride on places where I can see where I'm going. You know? That's why I keep the phone on the handlebars so I can see the chat when we at the red lights. But I'm looking at the road. All right, y'all. I guess this story not going away. Here we go. It's the same news channel. Hold on, 28 minutes ago.
Mr. Laundrie, where's your son? Do you know anything? Why aren't you looking for your son?
But they know where he is.
What were you doing in Orlando?
Right before I'm called, and had to be. It was a $90 ticket. Just pay $30. That's how I do. I don't know what y'all do when y'all go.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Streaming live on WFLA Now. Powered by...
And tweeting this out a moment ago, confirming here that the Laundrie parents made a trip this morning, left the area, went to Orlando, and just got back here within the last 40 or so minutes. And of course, when they arrived, the media was there asking a whole lot of questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen in to the questions that were asked a short time ago. Again, this is from News Nation's Brian Entin and various media that had gathered here outside of the home of Brian Laundrie.
Why aren't you talking? Why aren't you out looking for your son? Where do you think he is? Why aren't you in reserve looking for your son?
They already know where that boy is.
Here's the clip again. The Laundrie parents arriving here back to Northport from Orlando a short time ago.
Mr. Laundrie, where's your son? Do you know anything about what happened to Gabby Petito? Why aren't you talking? Why aren't you out looking for your son? Why aren't you at the reserve looking for your son? What were you doing in Orlando?
Back here live with our team, of course. Again, Walt Buteau. You can use any of the hashtags here on your screen as we're live across multiple social media platforms here. We'll feature your comments here live on WFLA Now. But let's bring up Stacey and Walt here. Guys, what do you make of this recent development here? We can talk here about the $20,000 reward and also, too, now the Laundrie parents leaving the area this morning. Ford Mustang back in the driveway. The camper there as well, leaving the area, going to Orlando for unknown reasons, and back here a short time ago. What do you think, Walt?
I think it just adds to the speculation, because it is all speculation at this point. They left, they came back. In a normal day, they could leave and come back. Nobody would notice, but now there are 20 lenses focused on them. The whole world focused on them, questions being asked of them. And for all we know, it was a regular drive to Orlando, but we don't know a whole lot. There are some rumors swirling that I'm not going to share, but I think it just adds to the speculation and adds the fact that people want to hear from the Laundries, but obviously they have a right not to talk. So,
you know, it's interesting to me. I think so many people are wondering why they aren't talking. The question is, if their son is truly missing, why don't they make a public appeal for him to come back, considering he's a person of interest? I think no one's leaving that neighborhood until there are more answers in the case. So I think this is a difficult position for them to be in as parents, but so many people, I think, would love to see them step up and say something.
And let's talk about the $20,000 reward now, and we'll have the details for you, of course, on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, the latest on Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie, and now this reward, $20,000 that have been offered by a law firm here in the Tampa area, the Buhoff Law Firm, as I understand it, offering a $20,000 reward here. We did get word into our newsroom a short time ago that there was another reward offered here in this case. This is not a reward that is coming from authorities or any law enforcement agency of note. This is coming again from a Tampa law firm. And Walt, they can do this. They can offer a reward if the law firm receives information. They have the right to, of course, give monetary compensation to the individual that comes forward with information that helps them find Brian Laundrie. If that's, of course, like we said, the United States of America, you can do what you want pretty much in that regard, right?
100%. You wonder, and I'm sure we'll find out what their connection is. Are they just sort of captivated by
all right, Charles, we're going to get flagged. This is a live stream. I didn't know it was a live stream. Whoops. All right, y'all. Well, we got enough that we can talk about this. Do y'all think that the parents went to go meet and give money and supplies to Brian? Or do you think it was something to take the police off the trail? Them driving to Orlando, will that make the police shift their gears and go to Orlando? Do y'all think it was, do y'all think that it was a trick to throw the cops off the scent? I'm asking you what y'all think. Mudduck says he can never have an unbiased jury. Mudduck says too much news. He said all the time and dollars wasted on one dead. Look at the virus, 1,000 deaths a day. I agree with you, Mudduck. Baby, go sit down, man. Go sit down. I agree with you. But I'm wondering, is the parents trying to throw the cops off of his scent by driving to Orlando and making them say, well, let's go check out Orlando, and then they stop looking in the reserve where they think he at? What do y'all think? See, I'm always trying to, sit back and, look at things, Anybody have any comments? All right, we already seen this story, but maybe it's more updated. Maybe we have more information.
And right now at 6, a violent act with deadly consequences. A woman robbed, run over, and killed at a fast food restaurant in East Harris County.
I mean, really stealing a purse from an elderly person? Get a job.
Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez frustrated with that senseless crime and others that have happened in the Houston area just over the past week.
That is our top story tonight. A woman in her 70s killed in a violent robbery. The man who did it now on the run.
This happened at a McDonald's on Uvalde Road and Wood Forest. That's where our Bill Barajas is live tonight. And Bill, this happened at 11 o'clock in the morning, a real busy time of day there.
That's right. It was a broad daylight. The victim, a woman in her 70s, losing her life over her purse. Now, we spoke to an employee here at this McDonald's in East Harris County who said she was by that victim's side as they waited for an ambulance. There were signs of a struggle. Food scattered throughout the parking lot. The victim was robbed as she was walking out of this McDonald's. An employee who asked not to be identified said she tried praying for the victim. She said, I told her, don't worry. The ambulance is coming, and I told her I'm going to pray for you. And she said, I'm grateful for that. I don't want to die. The Harris County Sheriff's Office telling us the victim was not only robbed, she was hit by the suspect's vehicle as they drove off. The McDonald's employee saying the victim only spoke Spanish. She said, I tried to help her in her final moments while she was laying on the ground. She kept saying, help. The county's top cop saying it was unclear how the victim was actually run over.
We told she tried to act quickly and perhaps try to get a picture as things, and she was, again, violently struck.
Sheriff Ed Gonzalez visibly upset and asking for the public's help in finding the person responsible.
We could do better than that. I mean, really stealing a purse from an elderly person? Get a job. Initial description that we received was a black Impala sedan. We don't know approximately what year model, just that it was a black Impala, possibly with some black rims.
And if you have any information on that black Impala with black rims or the suspect, you're asked to call and report it to the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Live in East Harris County, Bill Barajas, KPRC 2 News.
That's very possible, Bobcat. That's very possible. Greg says, wow, you can't get a McBurger without being murdered. Greg, it's about to get worse. It's about to get worse. Don't advertise your Thanksgiving party. Don't advertise your Christmas shopping. Somebody will be in your face. Somebody will be in your face. People are going to get desperate. Do y'all understand? that some people are gonna only receive $20 to live on for the whole month. $20. 20. How are they gonna replace that money? How are people going to replace that money? Not all, but half are going to start shoplifting. They're going to start robbing people. They're going to start doing home invasions. They're going to be robbing banks. This is coming. Mud Duck says they cut food stamps, people being evicted. There's no Christmas this year. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be anarchy. And see, the politicians that put this in motion before they got put out of office, they're not going to be around it. This is going to be one of the worst Christmases ever. I'm telling you right now, if the Democrats don't include a stimulus check in this next bill they're trying to pass, if they don't include a stimulus check, it's going to be World War III. This is going to be the lousiest Christmas ever. He said banks get robbed every day. The people ain't going to be trying to get no little $4,000 and $5,000. They're going to be trying to get you to take them into the vault. And they're going to put the money in the bag. So you have no chance to put any die packs in there. That's what it's going to come to. This is what it's going to come to. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Some things ain't all bad. We're going to have a lot more stories to look at. We're going to have a lot more stories to look at. But here's the part that I don't get. Greg, Nia, Liz, Mud Duck, Leonard, you still here? This is the thing I don't get. What happens to the stores? They're talking about cutting $9 billion. What happens to the stores when the people are not spending the money? What happens to the cashiers when ain't nobody here, ain't gonna work for you? Gonna have to cut you. People who was able to use the food stipend to buy food had money to do other things. What happens when those other things stop? If you went and got your hair cut every 2 weeks, that's money the barber don't have. If you're a lady and you went to the beauty salon and you got your hair done, that's money that salon ain't gonna make. If you have a restaurant and you had somebody that come there twice a week, now they can't afford to come. What happens to that restaurant? You know? If you're a cab driver, the person's taking the bus or now walking, that's less money for the cab driver. They said 15,000 people in Baltimore City. 15,000 people. $15 times $228 a month is going to be taken out of the economy. What's going to happen? I don't know what 15,000 times 294 is, but that's a lot of money. So people that might be having a business and doing good now, you're going to see them crying, oh, we're not making no money. Nia says, Greg said, shake my head, it's over with the stimulus money. Biden is a coward. Greg says, well, human nature dictates that this occurs. Human beings will destroy everything if no one is afforded. Nia says, use the checkout lines with the live cashiers. It'll keep them on the job. Nia, if I do wind up getting $20, how many times can I go to the market and keep them in line working? You would have to be cruel. $20? Look at that marinade for a second. $20. $20. And when I was in the Walgreens, there was a lady behind me in line. She said that's what she got this month. She got $20. What are her kids going to do when they get hungry? They're going to go up there and steal. They're going to bust your kids in the back of the head and take what they got. And see, ain't nobody going to care until they start breaking in their houses. Then they're going to start raising the prison sentences. And that's what they want. That's what they want. They want you in prison, making that 35 cents an hour, working like a dog all day, having you out of sight, out of commission. That's what they want. Greg says humanity is screwed. The problem is simply the world is overpopulated. So in order for humanity to survive another 100 years, 7 billion have to go. Mother says stores are going to self-checkout, buyer do the work scanning items. You don't want to go out in public anyhow. Everyone forgot about the virus. Vaccine or not, you still can catch the newest variant. People with kids still getting government dollars, which is totally unfair. Tax credits and refunds. Yeah, I was saying that earlier in the year. That it's unfair that people with kids is getting most of this money. They don't realize that food costs have gone up. They having trouble getting truck drivers to deliver, especially the frozen food. We did a story yesterday where a store owner was saying he had to raise prices. Sometimes he had to send one of his own trucks over to the warehouse to get the food. What's going to happen when that owner gets a big drop in his sales? Is he going to be able to afford to do that? The prices are going to go up. You've cut. How many times, those of you that watch the mobile lives, how many times have you heard me say, Dad, we spent $28? We don't even have 3 bags. What's that going to be like 2 months from now? What's it going to be like 2 months from now? We supposed to be going into the holiday season, and like I said, if they don't come through with a stimulus check, people are going to be in trouble. They've been working on these next 2 packages for months. When are they going to deliver? People are talking about getting 1,000 a month, getting 2,000 a month. But you sat there and took food out people's mouths and then gave them nothing. You took food out of people's mouths and then gave them nothing. The EBB plan, Xfinity, is bugging me 4 or 5 times a month. Talking about your bill is ready. You need to pay this. And then they come back and say, oh, you got a credit. After asking me to pay 4 times in a month. On the Obama phone, I was supposed to get a tablet. I've been waiting since April to get my tablet. They bug me 4 or 5 times a month. Have you applied for your tablet? They keep saying that on the EBB, I'm supposed to get unlimited data. Yet, I'm only getting 4.83 of data. 4.83 gigabyte. That's not unlimited. How are you telling somebody one thing and doing something else? Mudduck says tax credits and refunds. Mudduck says, well, they say all sorts of lies to get elected. No, it's not going to save humanity, but it might save Christmas. It might not save humanity, Greg, but it might save Christmas. Because a lot of people are going to find themselves spending Christmas Eve in a jail cell. A lot of people are going to find themselves spending Christmas Eve in an ER unit. And it won't be COVID. It won't be COVID this time. So we'll have to see. I'll be here every day. Hopefully y'all be
As
here
Gabby
too.
Petito's family plans to lay the 22-year-old to rest, the eyes of the world are on the search for Brian Laundrie.
His home was searched by the FBI on Monday, aiming some of the focus on his parents. We wanted to know how the law can impact parents when their children are implicated in a case like this. 8 on your side investigator Walt Buteau joining us now with some insight from local defense attorneys.
And this continues to be a homicide investigation without a charge or without a suspect. And we found out the law protects parents in some cases unless they cross a legal line. Brian Laundrie's parents, Christopher and Roberta, were seen leaving their home this morning, followed by police officers. It's now been 10 days since they last saw their son, according to police, who have been searching Carlton Reserve for 5 out of the last 6 days. Tampa attorney Corey Baird tells me the law did not forbid police from watching Laundrie before his parents say he went to this 25,000-acre preserve.
They could have put a car out in front of his house. They could have followed him if he left the house. So they didn't need to have a warrant to do that. That is just part of a criminal investigation.
While the law would not have stopped police surveillance of the 23-year-old, the Laundries are also not legally required to tell police what they know about their son's location, according to attorney Bryant Camarena.
There's no obligation for anyone, a family member, a civilian, to say, oh, I know where he's at, or hey, by the way, so-and-so is taking the first flight out to Mexico. There's nothing that says that they're obligated to do so.
Speaking hypothetically, Baird tells me Florida law does not allow parents to be charged as accessories after the fact in alleged crimes involving their children. But he says covering something up can lead to charges.
If they made misleading statements or lied to law enforcement officers, obviously that's a crime in Florida and they are not protected from that.
Also, hypothetically, Camarena says there's a federal statute that does not consider a parental relationship if someone helps conceal a crime.
Where if you're aware of a felony crime and you do your best to cover it up or don't report it, then that could be a federal crime in and of itself.
Another reminder, the FBI is still the lead investigator in the Petito homicide case, and Laundrie remains a person of interest, not a suspect.
Yeah, but this idea of accessories after the fact and the federal law and what parents can and can't kind of get away with, because you're a parent, you want to protect your child.
Absolutely.
But I mean, there is a line.
There is a line, and the federal law does not have the exemption for parents. But then the question is, especially in this case, with so many areas, is the jurisdiction, is it a federal crime? Where would the parents have allegedly broken that accessory law in this particular case?
Mm-hmm.
The timeline will become very important at that point.
It's filling in by the day, right? But obviously very important.
Thank you, Walt.
Thank you, Walt. If you have something that you want Walt to investigate, call our 8 on your side helpline at 1.
Greg says, why are people thinking another stimulus is coming out? Meanwhile, those cold-hearted bastards kick millions off of unemployment benefits and the economy is not doing well. Because they believe that, and this is something that I say people are out of touch. They believe that they are lazy people. And they are lazy people. They are lazy people. But you have to realize that sometimes people get over, okay? If you attend your church and you know that the people that sit in the back don't contribute nothing, they don't put nothing in the plate when they come around, they don't contribute nothing, they just come there, get entertained, and then leave. If you're going to have a church picnic, a church social, a church field trip, these people are not going to contribute. Those that do contribute, they know this. But rather than having people trying to crash the event, they go ahead and let them come anyway. Sometimes people get over. But just because people are going to try to get over, well, we're not going to have the event. Sometimes people get over. No, I don't think that people are laying around having children they can't take care of and can't feed. I don't think that they should be allowed. But at the same time, I don't want them hungry kids breaking in my house. I don't want a father that's too lazy to be sexually responsible, but ain't too lazy to pick up a gun and go damn rob people. Sometimes you got to let people go. Greg says, hold up, why does God need tithes? Didn't he create the universe and he can't master money? Well, back then, if you had crops, you were supposed to give 10% of your crops to the priests at the temple. The priests are supposed to be unbiased. They can't own any land. They can't own anything. They supported by the people. When you had the sin ceremony performed for you, when you brought the bull, the lamb, the sheep, whatever, the fat and the blood was poured on the altar. And that animal put his lifeblood, his soul, to save you, to clean your sin. He took the brunt of it. But the priests and their families ate the meat. You were supposed to support your clergy. The clergy not supposed to work. They get them involved. They're not supposed to be involved in day-to-life thing. They're supposed to preach the word and keep you in line. I know preachers that work regular jobs. Because most people don't donate 10%. And they have to work. If people tithe like they're supposed to, they wouldn't have to pass the plate around. But you said, why does God have you tithe? If he give you a good crop, why shouldn't you tithe? If you're a farmer and you have a good haul, you're supposed to tithe 10% of it. And also, after you pass by and load up your stuff, you go pick your berries or get your corn or your grain or whatever. He said, don't pass by a second time. But how many people do it? You're supposed to leave whatever you missed for the poor. But how many times does somebody say, let me go back? Make sure I got everything. Make sure you pick it bare. When you do that, you're going against what God told you to do. Well, I know the Lord said that, but it's still some stuff on there that we might have missed. We need to go back and get it. See, that's man. Knowing what the law is that was given to him, but, rationalizing, well, I know God said we shouldn't go back, but let's go back. So if God blesses you with crops or animals or a job to pay you good money, why is it a crime? Why is it a crime for you to pay tithes? Why should God have to create money when He's giving you the ability to create it? Why should He have to farm when He gave you the ability to do it? But see, that's man trying to justify a way. Well, I don't want to get his 10% up. I don't want to do it. Everything that your clergy has is supposed to come from the congregation. That's why I say when you go to a church and you see the door raggedy, you see the roof leaking, you see the pews is about to fall down, you see the reverend get off the bus or out of cab, that's on the people. That's not on God. That's on the people. Somebody asked me the other day, do I make a lot of money on YouTube? I said, you only going to be where your followers want you to be. If they enjoy your show, they're going to donate. And they're going to make sure you got everything you need if they enjoy the show. If they don't, they'll just come by every once in a while. But they'll just come and be like the people in the back of the church. And suck up everything and not contribute anything. Because see, people say, well, somebody else going to do it. Just like when we were doing the riots in Minnesota and Reggie was boots on the ground. Shout out to Reg Incognito. Shout out to him. And shout out for Snazzy for turning this on to him. But the cop got shot. And the young dude was like, hey, this man got shot. Help, help, help. Somebody called 911. But the dude had a phone in his hand recording. Why is he asking somebody else to dial 911 when he's right there with the man? Telling him to hang on, Pops. Somebody call 911. Can somebody call? He got a phone in his hand. Why is he asking somebody else to dial 911? But this is what we do, especially black folk. Somebody else will do it. I ain't got to do it. Somebody else will do it. You always want to put it off on somebody else. Somebody else will do it. I ain't got to do it. I got the phone right there in my hand. Hold on. Wait a minute, I missed something. Hold on a sec. Mother says 25 million is my guess so far. Just not for police if you count all the news stories that look at all the wasted time. Mother says 50 million. He said all the same people watching the story. Now 250 million wasted. Shadow Stabber says, hey brother, hey Shadow. See, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm looking at what y'all looking at. But I got the 3 phones here. Shadow Stabber says, how do I convince my company to send me a free box to ship it? He said, Electric XP, by the way. He said, they're trying to charge me to replace my bike. How do I go about it? I mean, they being hard-headed. He said, not to cut you off. I'm trying to have them send the replacement bike. Then we use that box to send the piece of XP back. He said, you convinced me. He says, I still have 1 month left on the warranty. Mother says, have to pay for a new bike when they receive the old bike back, issue a refund. Mother says, go to bike shop and see if they have a box that will fit in the dumpster. Wow, Mud, that's a great idea. I might even call the bike shop. Mother said, too many channels, BD. You can't keep up with all the comments. Mother said, you just need 1 channel. Shadow Stabber said, no, you're good. That's actually a great idea. I might ask them if they have a box that they're going to throw into the dumpster. Could they hold it? That's not a bad idea. We haven't used the wagon in a while. Maybe we can put the box on the wagon. Or just catch an Uber up there and come back. That's a pretty good idea. That's an excellent idea. Matter of fact, I'm going to put the one that's stranded. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my box. And I'm going to break apart the 9. See, the problem with electric is they don't make the bikes. Unless they have their own bike mechanics, which every time I see in there, I don't never see nobody working on the bike. I see the bikes hanging. I don't never see nobody working on them. I see bikes hanging in the shop. I don't never see nobody working on them. But unless they have bike mechanics, they have to send it overseas. That's why the seller didn't want to send these overseas. I asked him to send me a box for the PX1. He said it would cost too much money to ship me a box. That's not a bad idea. If I ever need to send Bessie back, I could ask the bike shop. The next time they're about to throw out, next time they get a shipment in the bikes or whatever, could they save me a box? That's a pretty good idea. He said, I've been having technical issues and they mentioned it. And they say, and pay for shipping. If you bought the bike from them, why you got to pay for shipping? Now, I made a mistake or not. I thought I put it in the box that it came in, but it was actually the box that the Pixel 3 came in. I didn't notice that until I was there in the store looking at it. I put it in the wrong size box. They said they wasn't going to ship it because the box wasn't big enough. They think it's going to get damaged. So I had to buy. And it cost me $2 something, almost $3. And I had $372 on my card. That $372 been on there since I came out the hospital. And it went to somebody else. Oh, Lord. Are you serious?
Yonkers police have cleared the scene. Detectives say there is no evidence of foul play. It is an unimaginable tragedy. A freak accident is how some neighbors put it as they gathered out here holding hands and kind of talking after it happened. The complex here in Yonkers is at 77 Locust Hill. Family and friends are inside dealing with the apparent suicide of their loved one and the tragedy on the ground. A 61-year-old man killed as the 25-year-old man jumped what was 12 stories from the roof of the building onto the entrance right outside here. Police are talking to witnesses and family. A family member, a cousin, tells me the two men he doesn't think knew each other. We did see a bike being taken away here at the ground level. The victim could have just been stopping by here. Again, Yonkers police say no foul play. And in their earlier news release this evening, they said it was a tragic situation and offered their condolences.
So somebody is going through something and they decided to take their own life by jumping off the building. And they took another life with them. What? It's not legal to drive with a cracked windshield. Really? He says, in order to apparently somebody had some of the same issues and they sent them a bike first, then fellow reused their box and didn't have to pay for it. He says, and Mother says, you're returning a bike because you don't like it. It's really not a warranty issue. Shadow Saber says, I don't like and I don't want them to send one I can actually, and I really want them to send one I can actually sell. The problem is I'm disabled and have zero income. Apparently are willing to send me parts that are needed, but I replaced controller display and checked up and down and still no luck. Maduck says, was an illegal bike? We watched them smash with a dodo. No, he has an electric XP. That's actually because the people that own the company are American. It's actually the second biggest electric bike company in America right now. Rad Bikes is number one. But the thing is that the Rad Bikes and the electric XP are made over in China. That's why they have a waiting period. Sometimes you gotta wait 6 to 8 weeks to get your bike. Hold on. Man, I'm missing something. Greg says, did you cover Omni and the Hellcat? What's that? That guy collected over $30 million in subscription fees as low as $15 for a private site for TV shows. He said that guy has over 57 exotic cars, a mansion, and the jeans never filed a tax return. Greg says, holy yes. Nia says that is true, yet you were blessed with a donation is back in your account. Yeah, you're right, Nia. That's why I'm not complaining. You ain't heard me complain. And the person asked me not to tell you who it was, but some of y'all can use your imagination. But I'm not going to dishonor. They asked me not to say anything. And that's the way God said to do it. And I appreciate it. But that's why I'm not mad. You don't see me mad. Because like I said, that guy was supposed to send us. That guy was supposed to send us that bike months ago. And he decided at the last minute not to. They had the label made, the tracking number. We got the tracking number on the computer right here. At the last minute, he decided not to. And of course, that was the black and green one. Y'all know that's the sexiest color. It was the black and green. As far as electric, I know that, and I'm gonna be honest with you, because they're American. They might be more trustworthy because you can get on a plane and go down and go get them versus going overseas and getting somebody. You don't know what you're gonna walk into. You go overseas. You might wind up in the basement of a Chinese jail, getting fed old rice, going over there causing trouble. But you can go and get these people. I would try to make a deal with them to whereas they send you a replacement bike, you send that bike back. But see, the thing is that I think they're afraid you don't keep both of them. They send you the bike. Because it's the same problem with these two people and the person who I just mailed the controller off to. The company was saying, send the bike back when you show us the tracking number and we verify it, we'll give you the refund. And the people had a problem. Because you send it overseas and they decide not to give you the money, what you gonna do? And I think that he was thinking that if they send it to me, at least it's here in America, and they got a trail that they can follow. But I'm not no bike mechanic. We have enough time trying to do the mobile lives. Y'all see me working when we out doing them, but I spend twice as much time working on them in the house. And like I said, I didn't notice because we was in the house that the camera was so far up in the air, and then we fixed that. But then the camera was so far this way that you was only seeing half of the shot. You understand what I'm saying? You have to just do it. It's frustrating, but you have to do it. Y'all asked me to do mobile lives. Y'all used to know we used to go out late. There's more traffic on the road. You can't even do the speed test. But at night, we was able to do what we wanted to do. But y'all wanted to see more. Even though we got 4 lights. We got 4 headlights on the bike. One that it came with, and we got 3 other ones. We got 4 headlights on the bike. But y'all want to see everything. So that's why we've been going out during the day. But let me see. Wait a minute. I need to come back. Yeah, you're right, Mud Duck. We need to pick one channel. And let me know what channel y'all want it to be. We need to pick one channel. I guess we should just do the Minister channel. He said, and pay for shipping. No, I'm not paying shipping. I wouldn't pay shipping. I tell them they lost their mind. He says, in order to apparently somebody had some of the issue, they sent them a bike first. Then the fellow reused their box and didn't have to pay a dime. He says, you're returning bike because you don't like it. Wait a minute, I went too far out. He said, I don't like it, and I want them to send me one I could actually sell. Greg says, holy yes. He said, the problem is I'm disabled, I have 0 income. Apparently are willing to send me parts that I needed. I replaced the controller display and checked up and down and still no luck. Nia said, that's true. Okay, we got that. Yeah. So I said, I'm trying to buy a better one to use as every day. Mother says, take the bike to the bike shop and then send bill to the company. Mother says, motorbike, that guy got killed. Cheryl says, I really think I put too much work in to begin with, but I probably just borrowed on one last time. Mother said, video you played misunderstanding. He was a New York cop was pushing illegal. Yeah, I was, I didn't say nothing, Mud Duck, but I'm glad you did, because I didn't say nothing. I'm dead serious. I was thinking the same thing. Why was the cop pushing an illegal dirt bike? Well, the guy did. What were they going to do anyway? I was thinking the same thing. Aren't they illegal? Aren't they illegal in New York? I was thinking the exact same thing. But I was distracted by Shadow Stabber. But I was thinking the exact same thing. If they legal, the cop just pushing it on like it's la-di-dee, la-di-da. He should have called the tow truck and said, add this to the next pile of demolition. because you sure shouldn't return it to the family. Shadow says, what bikes do you recommend in that $950 price range, $1,000? Nia said, you said her name several times, laugh out loud. Mother says, depends on what you weigh. You weigh 120? I'm going to be honest with you. If you weigh 120, you light. Now, Nia says, is my choice to do the Mobilize? Yes, it is. It makes us stand out. And I'm hoping to draw more people. Nia says, no one suggested you go out at night all the time. Nia, you the first one to say, it'd be better if it was during the day. Mud Duck says Minister got the subs. Anybody else want to vote? All right. Shadow Stabber, he said he 120 pounds. I'm gonna be honest with you, Shadow Stabber. The world is your oyster. The world is your oyster. At 120 pounds, the world is your oyster. Now, you said you don't. Did you have a problem with the electric? Because that's a 500 watt motor. That thing should be flying you around. You're 120 pounds. Be honest with you, a 350 watt motor would be good. If you live in an area like me with a lot of hills. Hey, Snazzy. If you live in an area with me with a lot of hills, but at 120 pounds, 350 watt is enough for you. But if you live in a hilly area or you like to ride fast, my personal opinion, and you got $1,000, I will go with Cindy. I will go with the Cindy Brady. Almost 800 watts of power. That bike will fly you around. Any bike will fly you around. Now, do you need a foldable? Do you want a mountain bike or do you want a foldable? Are you going to be carrying a lot of stuff with you? See, it's things to consider when you're considering an e-bike. Now, you said you had the electric XP. I can tell you, we got Bessie sitting here, and of course they sold out of them. But we got Bessie sitting here. And let me tell you, it carries my fat behind up the hills. Of course, they don't have any right now. But that's a 500 watt motor. If it carries my fat behind, it's going to fly you like a jet. Mother says, hey, good question. Why not like it should be close to the same bike? He said, need to find need to fast find a good hill to go down. Only do 22 miles per hour on flat land. Yeah, but you also got to consider the weight, Mud Duck. Mud Duck says, or kill my girlfriend and need to get out the swamp. You have to consider a person's weight, Mud Duck. He only 120 pounds. If we on flat ground at my weight, if a bike can do 20 to 22 miles per hour on flat ground, that's good. Now, if I was 150 pounds, it will be doing 28. Not to mention, we got all the cameras and the Bluetooth speaker, and we got 3 locks and the pannier bags with the power banks and the rack and the pannier bags. See, you start adding all those things in. When they say top speed of 28, that comes down. Remember, our speed tests are done on hills. Mud Duck said he's 135 and he got a huge hill to go down. To go down ain't a problem. It's going up. If I take all the stuff that we got on Marsha, she goes uphill faster. He only 120 pounds. Where's Bobcat at? Hey, Bobcat, you here? How many pounds do you weigh? You ever, Marsha? He never tells us about his riding experiences, which we need to know. Versus somebody that's near 300 and somebody, I think Mud Duck said he weighs half what I weigh. I mean, Bobcat. I think Bobcat said he weighs half what I weigh. I mean, I'm trying to get my weight down. So, is he still here? What's wrong with your bike? Snazzy sent us a video. I think we already covered this, but let's take a look. Never assume. Let's take a look at this real quick. Now, you know you're wrong for that. I didn't mean to do that. Oops, wrong button. That's a long link too. Doggone it. All right, this is from Snazzy, y'all.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Margaret Brennan, in for Nora tonight. We begin with breaking news from a suburb of Memphis, Tennessee, where yet another American community is shaken tonight by a deadly mass shooting at a neighborhood grocery store. A gunman, for reasons not yet determined, started shooting inside a Kroger store in Collierville. At least a dozen victims were wounded and one has died. The gunman is deceased, possibly after taking his own life. There have been more than 500 mass shootings in the U.S. this year, claiming the lives of more than 500 Americans and wounding more than 2,000. CBS's Jeff Pegues has been speaking with his law enforcement contacts, and he leads our coverage tonight. Good evening to you, Jeff.
Margaret, gunshots rang out inside that Kroger store starting at about 1:30 this afternoon, and it did not take long for police to show up on scene. It was within 4 minutes. They were heavily armed, and what they saw inside was gruesome. Multiple victims after yet another mass shooting.
going to be an active shooter at Kroger.
Heavily armed police from multiple agencies answered the call. Inside, they found the wounded and began to clear the chaotic scene.
There were numerous employees that were working. I know we found people hiding in freezers and in locked offices, and they were doing what they had been trained to do: run, hide, fight.
Employee Brignetta Dickerson works the cash register and saw the shooter when he opened fire.
I closed the door to the area, and we all ducked. And that's when the guy came out there with the gun. And one of my coworkers got shot in the head, and a customer got shot in the stomach and in the arm.
Authorities say one person was killed and more than a dozen people wounded. Ambulances rushed the victims to nearby hospitals, some with serious injuries.
And our thoughts and prayers are with those family members.
Police locked down the area, including a nearby school. The shooter was dead when he was found in the back of the store with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is the second mass shooting at a supermarket this year. In March, 10 people, including a police officer, were killed after a lone gunman opened fire inside King's Superstore in Boulder, Colorado.
I've been involved in this for 34 years, and I've never seen anything like it.
Law enforcement sources tell us that investigators are looking into whether this was a case of workplace violence and whether the suspect, who is now deceased, was a disgruntled employee. Ironically,
we're doing the first one now.
Personnel who showed up on this scene today.
We on 3 different channels.
Completed active shooter training.
Naya and Liz is on the other one.
Thank you, Jeff.
3.
All right, let's try and do this. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. We live on the Minister channel. Everybody come over to the Minister Brother Derek E-Bike Live channel. We also live on the Brother Derek E-Bike channel. And we live on the E-Bike While Disabled channel. Everybody come over to the Minister Brother Derek E-Bike Life channel. Let me get y'all a link. Let me get y'all a link. So everybody can come to the same channel. And we're just going to be on the Minister. Go to YouTube and go to my channel. All right. All right. I sent the link to all 3 channels. Everybody come over here on that link. So those of y'all that's on the old Reverend channel, the old Rev, that's now called Brother Derek E-Bike Life. Come on over. To those of y'all on the E-Bike While Disabled channel, come on over to the Minister channel. My dog says the Minister channel is pay to type. No, it ain't. What are you talking about? Now, Snazzy says, hey, Naya. It's after 9. I don't know if Liz is still here. All right. We showed the first story. Let's go back to the second one. Possible cuts. Ain't there? All right. Copy link address. And let's go back. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. My ugly mug on the screen. Hold on. I changed the pictures, But I didn't hear nothing back from Snap Cycle, so I don't know. I was hoping that they would hit me up. I was hoping they would hit me up. They probably think we too small. They probably think we too small. All right, so let's put Snazzy's link back in. All right, this is number 2 from Snazzy. What the federal debt ceiling showdown could mean for you?
KT.
Hey, Carl, it's good to see you. This is a memo that was circulated by the White House earlier today, warning of the economic consequences that the country would face if, in fact, the debt limit is hit and those extraordinary measures are exhausted, which the Treasury Secretary said would happen next month. In this memo that the White House put out this morning, the operative line is where it says hitting the debt ceiling could cause a recession. Economic growth would falter, unemployment would rise, and the labor market could lose millions of jobs. The White House also notes that certain state programs like disaster relief, child nutrition programs, and more would see their funding effectively halted if, in fact, the United States could not make its obligations, if, in fact, the debt limit is failed to be lifted. Now, of course, we know the Treasury Secretary spoke with the Senate Minority Leader earlier this week about what next steps could be. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has urged Democrats to go it alone to figure out how they could potentially raise the debt limit without any Republican support. We are waiting to see exactly what the White House will pursue as far as a pathway on that front. But certainly the White House is trying to say to the other side of the aisle, there's a recession at stake if, in fact, you don't get on board.
Okay. Looks like I'm ready to change the banners again. Y'all see how many different things are in this picture? That takes a lot of work. I did that when we got off last night. I spent an hour, a whole hour.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the show. So Senator Bernie Sanders was speaking out on the Senate floor earlier today. I'm going to play this clip because I think this is very important.
I ain't watched him in a long
to
time.
Take a look at. And the issue here and what's at stake when it comes to the extending the debt ceiling is the fact that there's going to be interruption if we don't. If we fail to extend the debt ceiling and we default, then our economy is going to be really in a bad situation, which means that we're going to be in a bad situation. And so it's important for us to listen to the warnings. The warnings are there. And we have two sides now. You have the Democrats that want to extend the debt ceiling, and you have the Republicans at this point that don't want to extend the debt ceiling, or they're not going to vote for extending the debt ceiling. In the Senate, you need 60 votes, which means that you need all 50 Democrats and you need 10 Republicans to vote for extending the debt ceiling. And if we can't get those 10 Republicans to vote for extending the debt ceiling, then this is what we're going to be looking at. Mid-October, we're going to be looking at a situation where our economy is really going to suffer from this, which means people will suffer, which means people on a fixed income will suffer. People receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, they will suffer. So this is very, very important.
We suffering now.
I'm going to show you the clip. We're going to talk a little bit about it after I show you the clip, just to kind of sum everything up. But this is a real serious situation. I know we've been waiting for the first infrastructure bill, the second infrastructure bill, but this is more important. This is more pressing at the present time because this can have a drastic effect on our economy. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But first off, on this channel, we talk about news that matters. That sounds like something interesting to you. Please subscribe to the channel and hit that little bell notification. That way you'll get notified anytime we put out a video. And like always, if you see my picture and my name in the comment section, make sure you also see a check mark next to my name. That check mark signifies that it's me. If you do not see that check mark, it's not me. It's someone trying to impersonate me. Okay, so let's get right over and listen to Senator Bernie Sanders on the Senate floor. Here we go.
Mr. President, Republican leader Mitch McConnell this morning once again reiterated that the Republican Party will not vote to lift the debt ceiling and in an extraordinarily irresponsible manner. Republicans have indicated that they will not pay the debts incurred under the Trump administration. In his statement, as he has done time and time again, Senator McConnell implies that this debt ceiling has something to do with future spending. It does not. Like anyone who owns a credit card, the payments that are made are for past spending. In this case, spending incurred under the Trump administration. And let us be clear. If the United States, the largest economy in the world, defaults on its debt, it will plunge not only our country, but the entire global economy into what could become a severe economic depression. That means massive unemployment, higher interest rates, severe reduction in government services, and possible cuts in such programs as Social Security and Medicare. The irresponsibility of the Republican leadership is not just something that I worry about. According to press reports, former Republican Secretaries of State, Secretaries of Treasury, Hank Paulson, who worked under George W. Bush, and Steven Mnuchin, who worked under Donald Trump, Republican Secretaries of the Treasury, both of them visited with Senator McConnell to make the case about the need to extend the debt ceiling.
Okay, so that was Senator Bernie Sanders on the Senate floor talking about extending the debt ceiling. Now, you heard Senator Sanders talk about Social Security and Medicare and say that it could cause cuts in both of those programs. So we're looking at a situation where this just not moving forward, extending the debt ceiling, could put us in a real bad situation. Now, Senator Sanders is not the only one that's talked like this. We heard Treasury Secretary Yellen say the same thing, that this could cause cuts, or this could be a situation where things will be delayed when it comes to Social Security. So just looking at the big picture here, this needs to happen. This debt ceiling needs to be extended. And if it's not extended, we're going to be looking at a real bad situation when it comes to our economy on top of the pandemic that we're already facing. So we're going to have to see how politicians react to this. This is all political here. This is all political. So you have Republicans that have extended the debt ceiling in the past. They did it during the Trump administration. And like Senator Bernie Sanders was saying, this is a situation where this is the debt. This is stuff that you've already spent money on. We're just talking about paying your bills. And you have Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying, we don't want to pay our debts, or we want to leave it up to the Democrats, because that's kind of the way that they're going now. They're saying that you should add this to the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill because we're not going to vote for extending the debt ceiling. So this is one big mess. And I've been talking about this for the last few days when it comes down to it. You have the first infrastructure bill. There's going to be issues with that. September 27th. Are they going to be able to vote on this bill on September 27th? They have the second infrastructure bill, that human infrastructure bill. You have a divide among Democrats when it comes to how to move forward with that bill. And then we're looking at the government shutdown. We will be able to fund the government for 2022. They're still talking about that. And then on top of that, we're looking at this debt ceiling. So we have a lot of things that are going on right now. And I don't know how this is going to end. I really don't. And so this is one of those situations where this is very crucial for a lot of people. And this will affect everyone, because if our economy sinks, everyone will suffer. And we know that. Like Senator Sanders was saying, this is a global issue. And this is not just the U.S. Because if we suffer, guess what? That's global, because we spend the most money in the world. So if we're suffering and not spending money, that's going to affect economies all over the world. So I want to know what you guys think about this. So let me know your comments down below. If you like this video, please give me a thumbs up. Please subscribe for more, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye.
So basically, what's going on here is that you got the Republicans doing what they can do. They doing what they can do. What can they do? Screw everybody over. But the Republicans ain't smart, because why did they lose control of the Senate? Why did the Republicans lose control of the Senate? They lost control of the Senate because they didn't want to give the people the stimulus money. And they lost the Senate. So for the next 2 years, until the next Senate seats become available, they are really powerless in Congress right now. Because as long as the Democrats on the same page, they can pass stuff and ain't nothing the Republicans can do about it. They had that power. And they lost it. Because the fact of the matter is, Trump could have gave us that stimulus bill from last May all the way up till he was out of office. And then the Republicans finally gave in when they saw Trump lose. And they gave us that $600. Y'all remember? But the people were still asking for the other $1,400. And they had 2 Senate seats open in Georgia. And they wouldn't give up that $1,400. So they lost control of the Senate. That's their choice. They made that decision. But now they're going to get their revenge. Did you enjoy your $1,400? Because now they threatening to shut the government down. They threatening not to pay the debts that they got. Those debts are from the Trump administration. They're not going to pay their own debts. They're going to let the economy, they're going to let everything shut down. Social Security cut, SSI cut. They're going to let everybody suffer, just like they suffering not being in control. They'd rather let the country go to hell than lift a finger to stop it. See, you can't put this on Biden. These are things that Trump did. And they have to agree to lift the ceiling. They did it for Trump. They did it for Bush. But they're not going to do it for Biden because they're mad. They mad they out of power. And in their mind, they think that if we suffer over the next 2 years, in their mind, that we're going to blame the Democrats and we're going to vote Democrat. That's what they think. Let me check the chat. Snazzy says, yes, they're talking about a possible recession globally. Nia says, Davey didn't like it. Snazzy says, oh, listen at Davey. Snazzy says, exactly, that's terrible. Snazzy said, no one wants to believe. They claim Social Security was due a raise. It will affect a lot of people. Jobs will be in turmoil, no unemployment, etc. Praying for us all. Nia says, yes, Snazzy, what happened to the COLA raise? Snazzy says that Nia, exactly, my mom gets Social Security. Snazzy said, Nia, it will cause workers to lose jobs. Nia says, yes, Snazzy, so does my dad. Nia said it doesn't affect them. Snazzy said, no, the military will suffer also. It's terrible. Nia said, yes, it will, Snazzy. It's awful. Nia says, what Republican you mean? They think that after you go through all this suffering, and then they finally agree to raise the debt ceiling after we suffer, that we're going to blame the Democrats and we're going to vote for them. This is their thinking. This is their thinking. Because they think we stupid. And we've heard some of the people. Some of the people are stupid enough to believe it. A lot of them are stupid enough to believe it. So once again, the Republicans are going to screw the American people to try to get back in power. They're not going to work their way to get back in. They're going to try to screw you. You're going to take over the Senate. Okay, we got something for you. One of these bills, you're going to need 10 of us for. One of them bills you can't use the reconciliation for. You need 10 votes. You need 10 votes. Now, if you can get all 50 Democrats and you get Kamala Harris, she's actually the president of the Senate. That's 51. You still need 9 more votes. You need 9 Republicans to sign in on this. If they use the reconciliation bill, if they don't do the reconciliation bill, because the Republicans have said, put it in the package you get ready to pass, then all the stuff going to come out of it. And then the Republicans are going to say, see, look how they botched it. You should have kept us in control. Now look. You should have kept Trump in, and you shouldn't have voted. Look what the Democrats did. What they don't realize is most people that got common sense is going to know this. And there's going to be less Republicans in power. Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity can whine and whine and whine. When people... So now they talking about cutting SSI, Social Security. People work for them benefits. For all the talk about make America great, they doing their best to make America needy. Seems like the Republicans want to turn us into a third world country. Because we already knew this. This isn't new. We already knew this. Because this time last year, remember? Remember when Trump said if they don't do the stimulus that he wasn't signing anything and that the country would stop? But he wasn't doing that for the people. He was doing that for money. Because the money for the people that make weapons for the military. We saw the plans. Millions of dollars to study how in amoeba, what do you call them? Them little swirly things. They wanted to spend $8 million to study those little things. They had money for Nigeria. You can give Nigeria $1 billion, but you can't give the American citizens $1,200. Apparently, Nigeria got some minerals or something. And the people that put the money in the Republicans' pockets, those are the people that run the country. And there's some Democrats that got their pockets greased too. Republicans don't want to give you nothing. I've been calling for it. We need to go electric. We need to go with electric vehicles. I've been calling for it. We need electric and gas hybrids, or just electric, and figure out how to use real gas to run our vehicles. Talking about the gas that come out the ground, not no oil. But see, you got so many oil companies that's greasing. They're greasing. Greasing their palms. They make electric cars and trucks now. Why are we not pushing it? We're going to need more factories to generate electricity. We're going to need more companies to make batteries. We're buying the batteries from China. Everybody say Samsung battery the best, or Panasonic battery the best. Oh, they made in China? I love when somebody say you getting a low quality Chinese battery. They all made in China. What do you mean? Somebody told me my motor made from Bafang. I told them Pesolec motors are Chaoyang. Yeah. They both in China. They both made in China. I'm sure Chaoyang ain't no different than Bafang. But you let somebody tell you something. Somebody tried to tell me that the Chaoyang tires are not as good as the BFT. All BFT stands for is big fat tire. What's the difference? We had somebody come over here and tell us that Pesolec doesn't use anti-puncture tires. The little bike. Every time we turned around, we had a flat tire. I ain't got a flat on either bike. As much glass and rocks and potholes that we hit, we ain't got not one flat. A flat doesn't even enter in my mind. But you'll let somebody tell you, you got them cheap Chinese tires. Well, who make the tires? The Chinese. That's somebody to tell you stupid stuff. Somebody tell you only the police should have guns. So that means only the police can make you do what you don't want to do. That's what that says. We want to take your right away. They have a gun. Because see, if you got a gun, everybody in your family got a gun. When they come into your house, they scared you going to shoot them. They ain't got the advantage no more. That's why they don't want you to have a gun. Politicians will tell you, Get a little hybrid. You don't need no SUV. Yet they ride in gas guzzling limos. They want you to protect the environment, but not them. Remember what I said? Somebody else call 911. I'm not going to do it. You saw somebody get killed in front of your house. You're standing right there. You got their blood on you. When the cops ask you, I don't know nothing. Maybe somebody else will tell them, but I'm not going to. Well, now the Republicans and said, guess what? Y'all didn't vote for us, and guess what? We're going to put you through hell. We're going to put you through hell. We might even shut the government down. That means government employees ain't going to have no checks. We're going to cut SSI and Social Security benefits. You already cut the food stamps, goddamn. You going to cut the money too? Who the hell would vote for Republican? I want to know. For those of you that say, who cares? You'll care when somebody breaking in your house. You'll care when you go to the ATM and you get your head shoved into it. As soon as the money come out the machine, you're going to care. When your children can't go to school and they're getting robbed for their shoes and their jacket, that's when you're going to care. It's going to be too late then. They're trying to start an anarchy. They want division. It's always been the same battle. The rich, the poor, and the middle class stuck in the middle. Snazzy says all programs will suffer, food stamps, banks, etc. Snazzy, I pay rent every month. It takes up the majority of what I get. Now, we've been getting raises. But I can tell you, since 2016 to 2021, them raises haven't added up to $100 yet. $12 here, $20 there, $15 here. That's not a raise. If I started in 2016 at 8 something, I should be well into, I should be at 1,100 by now. If they're real cost of living raises, because everything's going up. And they talking about cutting it. So you're going to take the food out my mouth and you're going to take my place to live. We have done so many rent searches in Baltimore. You can't find no place decent for $400. You can't find no place decent for $500. I just got new ownership on my building. Suppose they raise the rent. Snazzy said the last shutdown back in the middle 2000s, the military suffered with the government shutdown. Your son was in the Navy. It took forever for them to get paid. Because the Republicans don't care about your son. They don't care about the military. You heard what Trump said. He called them idiots. They don't care. They got money. They got money. And they trying to get more. And their money don't come from their salary. The money comes from the kickbacks they get behind the scene. The rich run this country. The rich run the country. And the rich are trying to gate themselves up and trying to separate themselves from the rest of civilization. But sooner or later, they're going to have to go into a mall. Sooner or later, they're going to have to go into a Target or Walmart. Sooner or later. And then they're going to find out what we finding out. Sooner or later, somebody going to be trying to break through that gate. Sooner or later, somebody going to be trying to climb over that wall you got there surrounding your house. That's when they're going to realize. When people wake up. When people honestly wake up. It's going to be a mutiny. Think about what happened on January the 6th. Those people didn't know what they were doing. Those people honestly didn't know what they were doing because they had wrong information. But if what's going on with what we've been talking about, it was going on what we've been talking about, this really happened, people are going to wake up. And they're going to realize, hey, we knew this was going to happen, but we thought you had our back. They're going to be like, hey, who told you that? Them same people are going to be out there rioting and acting a daggone fool. Snazzy said, now it's 2021. They don't care about any of us. Nia said, yes, Snazzy, do not care. They said, I believe this is the reason that they were warning us to get stocked up for a long winter ahead. Yeah, it's going to be a long winter. And they know it. That's the sad part. They know it. They know what they're doing to us and they don't care. They know what they're doing to us and they don't care. That's the scary part. They know what they're doing to us. They don't care. And they didn't get what they wanted. They did not get what they wanted, so they don't care. So what are we going to do? I might be this close to getting a downstairs apartment. I bet you I can't afford it. I'm willing to put money on it. I guarantee you, they're gonna, if all this happens, they're gonna jack the price up. Now, we got a good deal on this place. We had to take it as is, but we got a good deal. We only paying $50 more a month. I think that's a good deal. We were paying $625 to live in that hovel. We only paying $670 to live here. Suppose they raise the rent up to $700. You add in BG&E. We up to $830. I only get $9 something. Add $40 for phone. I haven't ate yet. I haven't bought any toiletries yet. No laundry detergent. No napkins. No paper towels. You know? Sandy said if that happens, no one would even move, even if paying a rent or mortgage. It will affect everyone until it gets rectified. Greg says, Nancy, either way it takes the job, you'll die. Don't take it, you'll die. So what can you do? Yeah, I get $9 something a month. Why do you think I'm eligible to get the stipend? If I didn't work so much, let's say that I laid around all my life. Let's just say that I was on SSI. I laid around all my life. They would give me $6 something. What the heck would you do with $600? People that's on SSI usually live with somebody, or they have Section 8, or they can't survive. My lady friend been on SSI for like 15 years. She only gets $7 something. I know, but I'm just giving you an example. She only gets $7 something. If she didn't have, and I'm being honest with you, her kids got SSI. That's how she was living. She would give the kids $150 out of their $500 check. I've been over her house many times and heard her son fuss about he need more money. He needs more money. She only giving him $150. He needs shoes and clothes. Why can't he have his money? Because his money went to pay the bills in the house and to feed him. You know. Nia says, I constantly compare the two programs. Well, there ain't no comparison. We're in the same boat. Because it's really going to hurt people on SSI. They get less. They get less. And now that they cut the food stipend, some people are only going to get $20. Greg said, you know, there's a proposal that all Americans get $2,000 a month, no matter how much you put into the system. Well, if they stop the government and everything shut down, where's that $2,000 gonna come from? The Republicans don't. Oh, he said when you retire, all Americans get $2,000 a month, no matter how much you put into the system when you retire. I actually would love to see that. Ugh. Greg says with the inflation, it'll be just like the 900 you're getting now. Yeah, I don't know why, Greg. Everybody think that I'm living it up. I don't get it. The majority of people live with somebody that's working. They live in a rooming house. They in public housing. Or they on Section 8. Greg says Social Security is going to run out because not enough people are putting into the system to sustain the trust fund. I put a lot of money into that Social Security trust fund. That's why I was able to qualify so early. If I hadn't, I would be on SSI. But by not having no kids and working so many hours, they offered me disability back in 2013. I would have only got $650 a month. I told them, you must have lost your mind. I make that almost a week. How am I going to live on $650? I said, I live in a rooming house and I pay $140 a week. What about the 4 or 5 weeks of the year when it's 5 weeks? The rent going to be higher than my check. I went back. I told them to stuff it. I went back to work. And that was in 2013. It was 2009. 2009, they said 4 something. 2013, they said 650. And 2015, when I went and asked them, they said 7. It was 7 something. I think it was 755, 765. I kept working. And then finally, when I died on the job 3 times in 2 days, I finally went into the hospital and found out what was wrong with me. So from 13 to 16, with me working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, it only went up to 8 something. 3 years working all them hours. I put money in the system and I took care of the people that was on it before me. And the people coming after me, the workers coming after me, are supposed to take care of me back. Whenever they talk about it running out, that means the workers are not paying it back. Well, Nia, that's what's scary. Because they say that the average is 1,000 or something. I'm fighting trying to hit that 1,000. I don't know if I'm gonna live to see it. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna live to see it. Grace says, here's how you fix that problem. Go to work for yourself, be your own boss, and guess what? You're paying more taxes, around like 12.9% in self-employment taxes. He said, but your benefits will increase than working for others. He said, Nia said Social Security is similar to a pyramid scheme. Greg says, how are the workers not paying it back when it's deducted automatically from their checks? Well, where were you at last year when Donald Trump said no payroll taxes? Remember that? You don't have to pay payroll taxes. If you don't pay payroll taxes, that's where the money comes from, like you just said, from the workers' payroll tax. If the Republicans didn't want you to pay payroll tax, how are they going to fund Social Security? That's where the money comes from. Snazzy said the rents are ridiculous. They have housing in the South. If your income is around $900, they can have nice apartments where people pay no more than $300 a month, depending on where you live. I think the only way you can pay $300 a month without any kind of assistance, it would have to be somebody got a teeny room in their house and they desperate for anybody to come in there, and they will pay them. They will let you pay $300. That's the only thing. We've been live. We have been live, and we have looked at the rents. We were trying to find something for $400. Remember? Then we were trying to find something for $500. We couldn't find it. Greg says Social Security is running out of funds simply because not enough people are working to put in to sustain the present level of entitlements. Nia says there are apartments that will calculate your rent based on your income, BDS. All right, well, we'll start a search. And I'll see if I can get on that waiting list too. Because I'm sure they got a waiting list, but we'll go ahead and check them out. That's the one thing. Uh-oh. Greg says, Nia, yeah, they're called ghettos. Hey, y'all, we've been live for 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 59 seconds. Let me stop this live and come right back so that we can edit it. Let me stop this live. We're coming back on the Minister channel. So I expect to see everybody there. Nia said it's better than a darkened alley. Give me 10 minutes, y'all. 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Just going to restart the computer and set up another show. All right? 10 minutes.